Hello, my friends. Welcome to the Thursday night show of the indoctrination, where we are conquering with a capital Q, the indoctrination. My name is David Snedeker. I will be your host for the next 12 hours. Just kidding. It's only going to be 6 hours. I wouldn't do that to you. Come on now. What's happening? You guys having a good Thursday? What's going on, man? I am fired up about tonight's show. It will be the last show for the weekend, and then I got to figure out when I'm going to come back to you because I'm going to be in Vegas for the 7K event this next week, starting Saturday night. So I will come to you when I can, and but nothing will be scheduled. So let me see about what the schedule is going to look like when I get there, and then I'll come to you and let you know. So let's all be flexible next week if we can. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? Good to be here with you. I am very excited at the things that are unfolding before us, and I can't tell you enough about just when you've been in this game as long as I have, and you see the things that, don't worry, I'm going to come. I am going to be broadcasting from Vegas. Kellyanne, thank you for that. I will be broadcasting from Vegas, and I'll probably be doing some from my room, and might even be doing some live from Vegas. Remember, the last time I went to Vegas, guys, Christy and Barbara and I worked on putting out that show in front of the Luxor when we broke down the whole situation with Alec Baldwin and the connections to Ukraine and the connections. So maybe we'll repost that while I'm there, and we'll get that dialed in, because if you haven't seen that one, it's something you need to see. So when you've been involved in this game as long as I have, you and have as many really depressing events occurring as things unfold before you, is really what. Hey Beth, we're going to get into Kofif tonight, but it would really be. Hello, Jill from Hawaii. Hi, Bill. Good to see you all. Good to see my friends in the house. And let's see. What happens in Vegas? I'm going to be broadcasting live from Vegas. Hey Jay, good to see you. And so at any rate, when you have, thank you, Malvita. That's very sweet to say. So glad for Dave Snedeker sharing the truth. And Annie Banani remembers that one. Yes, Deanne, remember that. Azera got suspended from Twitter today. Where's Elon? Azera, what did you say? You being a bad girl? So this is, well done, Roberta, prepping. So my friends, I've just been through so many really depressing moments, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, 8 years ago, when all seemed hopeless. And I was wondering if there would ever be justice for the people who have, deserve justice. And so really want to tell you that, oh yeah, Danny, I had a good night's sleep last night. Thank you guys for the prayers. I slept 5 hours, woke up, and then went back for another hour. So that was the best night's sleep I've had in since my dad left this plane. So thank you for the prayers for that, my friends. That was really good. So just wanted to say that what we're seeing right now is so beneficial to humanity in so many ways. And if I want you to think about something, back in the day, yeah, Dad's watching over me. Back in the day, we, an event would happen, and I would look around, and most of humanity would actually be following along with that particular event and saying, "Yep, that's real, that's true, that's real." Um, and there's nothing more depressing than stepping out my front door, going out into the world, and knowing that I'm not going to run into anybody that knows what the hell's going on. Very few. And when I did find those people, obviously I would gravitate towards those people, right? And so, but now you can literally go to the supermarket, and you might run into somebody that's completely awake, and it's like, oh my God, what a gift that where we're at now. And so the tide is turning, and I want to give you an example. I was thinking about this today, and I just want to say that when the propaganda surrounding Western medicine is that Western medicine came along and saved humanity. If it wasn't for Western medicine, we would have far more deaths, shorter lifespan, infant mortality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, I have gone on record as saying that I am so grateful to aspects of Western medicine, but I am no more grateful to all of Western medicine any more than I'm grateful to, let's say, for example, all the movies in the world. Let's face it, some of the movies suck, some of the studios suck, some of the actors, some of the people, and the more we learn about Hollywood, we know that we don't want to go forward on into the next plane of existence with these people. And so I just wanted to say that when we're looking at this total picture of Western medicine, that we need to understand that there's certain aspects that we want to take away from Western medicine and then move forward with Western medicine. You break a bone, yeah, you need an x-ray. You need a doctor that can figure out how to set it. Then you need the cast to figure out how to place that. If you have a growth that you need to get rid of immediately, you can get that cut out. You can get, if you have something going on with your teeth, you may have to drill, you may have to go in, and so there's many aspects of Western medicine that we want to, stay with us. The problem with Western medicine is the enabling and the information that has come forward from the bought and controlled propaganda media, that Western medicine can do no wrong, that science can do no wrong, scientists can do no wrong. That's an absurd concept. Nobody is infallible. Nobody is infallible. At least Western medicine, especially cardiac stents, are keeping me alive, right? Some people are taking medication that are really, really helping them. Yeah, absolutely. So let's find the things. The problem with Western medicine is this blanket trust, this blanket. There's some areas, like in the sense of, my brother's glioblastoma, where Western medicine is completely inadequate. And the statistics say that. It's not Dave Snedeker saying that. The statistics bear that. And so one of the problems is that we haven't gone back to the origin of Western medicine. And when you understand that the origin of Western medicine was not established to benefit humanity, it was established to control humanity. And it was established by Rockefeller for that exact purpose. This was somebody who was already controlling his people, so much so that he killed some of them that tried to strike against him. One of his railroads out in Colorado. And so we know that this is not a good man. We know that he's cutthroat. And yet he is the one who established all these foundations, gave all the money to these universities to control the hospitals and to control the universities, control the education. He brought forth the only doctors that had any credibility would be the ones that went through his system, right? That's kind of like me saying the only people out there that are credible in what they say about what's happening in the world are the Snedheads, the people that have come through me. The arrogance of that. I'm close. I'm close to saying that. But the arrogance behind that mentality is unbelievable. But the fact that he was actually able to pull that off is really, really incredible. And so we have doctors today, we have hospitals today, universities today, professors today, young individuals, men and women in med school that don't know the foundation and the origin of allopathic, pharmaceutical, Western medicine, right? And so it's so important for us to know that, to share that, to try to get across to these people, because if they don't take a humble pie and eat it and come across and say, you know what? There's a lot of areas where we have failed, okay? And there are a lot of areas that we are compromised, especially when it comes to, the CV-19 in the past 2 years. And so it's really important for Western medicine, if they're going to save themselves, they have to eat some humble pie and say, you know what, here's where we're good, here's where we're not good, right? When it comes to, natural medicine, here's where they're good and here's where they're not good. Because there, you can take all the, colloidal silver from Jim and Jazz you want. You can do all the Healy you want. You can really do some great meditation, right? You can use some incredible CBD, maybe some Rick Simpson oil. But with all that, you're not going to heal a broken leg unless it's set and held together, right? So let's figure out what we want to take with us going forward and what we're going to leave behind. And if any of these doctors and nurses are going to have any credibility whatsoever, they're going to have to come in and say, our system is incredibly broken. And COVID not only proved how broken it is, but also how infiltrated and how corrupted it is. And they're going to apologize, say, what we shouldn't have done this. Maybe we should have done this. And we're going to be able to go forward into the new earth, which is going to be absolutely fantastic. Okay. So, this is an area in which when you've been awake as long as I have and longer for so many of you and so many of us on this planet. To see what's happening now, wow. It's pretty fantastic. It is really, really fantastic. And, you don't need somebody coming to you with spectacular information or secret side information or inside intel or dates and times and predictions. All we need to do is look at what's happening and just be able to pull back from it, pull up, look down on it. Oh, that's happening, that's happening, that's happening. Ask the question, cui bono, right? Like all these meat packing plants, all these food processing plants that are exploding, going up in flames, that planes are crashing into them. The E. coli outbreak with the beef in the United States, and all of these things. All we have to do is be able to see those events happen, confirm that they are indeed happening and that it's not just a psychological operation. And then start to ask, cui bono, who benefits? Point out the people that benefit. And then just start thinking about it. Well, if they did it, how would they benefit? And if they did it, how would they benefit? And what's the overall picture here? What's the goal here? Right? See, people want to take a pill and be healed. That has been the benefit to allopathic medicine. That has been the one thing that has fueled the growth of allopathic medicine. And so, but that's a false reality, because most of the time the drug covers the symptoms, not the foundation, right? Like Kaiser Sose says, concerns about E. coli, fake. What did I say last night when I read that? I'm like, well, they don't even know if it's real. They're just speculating, right? So they can tell us whatever they want, and we're going to believe it just because look who told us that. We already know that most of the people releasing some of this information are completely compromised, completely propagandized. And so we've got to challenge everything that we hear, first of all, like I just said. And then once we verify that these events are actually occurring, then who benefits, right? So Deborah, I want to address that in a second. Thank you. That's a great question. I'm going to put it up on the screen so you guys can see it. And I'll address it in just a second. But when you look at, if you just pull yourself back from the event and not let the emotion get to you, not let the fear get to you, not let the frustration get to you, and just calmly pull back, look down and say, okay, what's going on here? It doesn't matter the event. If you sharpen those skills of being able to do that, it doesn't matter what happens. You are going to be fine, because you're going to be able to discern what is actually happening, who benefits, and how that can affect you, and make your decisions to take care of you, your family, your friends, your neighborhood, your city, your state, your country, your faith. Okay? And that's what I want for every single person here. We are at 966 right now in the Sned Shed. And that's what I wish for every single person here. Every single person, there'll be 20 to 30,000 that hear my voice by this time tomorrow. And I just want that for every single person that hears my voice, is for you to sharpen those skills to be able to do that. And going back to the allopathic medicine of just wanting to take a pill and everything's fine, again, most of the time that pill is taking care of your symptoms. Okay? Just like many of you are jumping around trying to find the right person to listen to, the right information, and you're instinctively, we as a species are instinctively drawn like a moth to a flame by something new, something that somebody that says they have something that nobody else has, somebody with inside information. But what you'll find is that addresses the symptom of your curiosity and your frustration and your need to know what the hell's going on in the world. But the problem is that you're not dealing with the foundational problem, which isn't outside of you. It is how you allowed people to convince you of things that are not true. That's why it took me a while to bring to you what I had discovered regarding the earth and where we live and what that actually looks like. Because literally, and I want you to think about something, and again, if you believe that the earth is a huge spinning ball in the middle of an infinite universe, I don't want to try to convince you otherwise right now. But I just wanted to bring up just one aspect and have you ask this question of yourself and maybe do a little bit more digging. One of the Snedheads reached out to me on Facebook and said, I really like what you had to say about the flat earth concept, and do you have anything that I should see? And I shared with her 200 proofs the earth is not a spinning ball by Eric Dubay, EricDubay. This is a fantastic video you can find online. I highly recommend it. He's done some great work. He did some very early work in this, not as early as many, like at the turn of the 20th century, like Samuel Rothbottom, and the five actual scientific experiments that were conducted that challenged the earth as a big spinning ball. But I just want to put this little thing in your mind. And by the way, before I do, please check your codes. If you're new here, please let us know, because you're among over 1,000 beautiful people, 1,015 right now, 1,000 beautiful people that are awake and that are here, as a community, and would welcome you and help you if you have questions, and beautiful, really beautiful people. And I tell you that from experience with having done over 900, and I think I'm over 940 shows right now. And this is also David Weiss. I'm not aware of, I'm not familiar with, but I have heard from some of you that you like some of his work. I will tell you this: I don't think he goes back as far as Eric Dubay, and I like to give Eric Dubay props, because even though he's not on the circuit with a lot of these, folks that are introducing this. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate that. Love you too. Even though there's some people keeping your flak jacket on. Susie Q, well done. Eric Dubay also challenges the official narrative of World War II. Hey, Vincent, good to see you, brother. Hey, Vincent, will you mind dropping that to me? I'd love to see that. But I really like him. I think he does a fantastic job. And by the way, he's one of the early guys in the flat Earth movement. And he's also exposed Flat Earth Society, which is controlled opposition. But I like to give him props, like I like to give some other, excuse me, mentors of mine, like Bill Cooper and Jordan Maxwell and some of those players, because these people took the early arrows, if you know what I mean, right? Um, so so eagles and cycling. So let's say the Earth is flat. If so, who even cares? Fair question. I care, and I'll tell you why. And this is why I'm getting to this. I was driving down the mountain, and I come down the mountain, and I hit Pacific Coast Highway, and there's a stoplight there, and you look out, and you just see this flat plain, this of water. Okay, and I'm just watching this, and I'm thinking to myself, they have convinced humanity that we are spinning this huge, massive, alive, living planet is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and water is somehow magically holding on to it, right? And what I thought was, if they can convince us of this reality that many hold, and this earth is spinning and spinning and spinning every single day, and we feel absolutely zero movement. In other words, our compass here feels absolutely zero movement, and we don't see any curvature. And the only curvature we've actually seen, nobody has seen curvature with the naked eye. The only curvature that's ever been seen has been through a lens, okay? But if they can convince, and they know it, the people that control the information, if they know they can convince us of that truth, that reality, not only then can they convince us that we weren't created by sentient, brilliant being or beings or God, creator, so they can push the narrative of a false narrative of which was a Darwin, which was a psyop of evolution, but they can also convince us of anything. And when you understand that they have lied to us about everything, then you understand how they were able to figure out that they could do that. Because if they're lying to us about this, where we live and what that looks like, they can lie to us about anything. And even as an exercise, and this is what I offer to everybody, is just take this on as an exercise. Okay? Take it on as an exercise of digging into this for yourself. Start with Dubé. Don't start with anybody else, is my recommendation to you. Okay? The Book of Enoch. Look into that, right? The books removed from our Bible. The actual texts that say what the earth is. Okay? And I was going to have you check your coats before we got into this, but I kind of get distracted. But just imagine you're coming into the studio and it's cold out. You got a big, heavy winter coat on, and you're not going to be, comfortable wearing your big, bulky winter coat as you sit down next to another, as you try to get comfortable. So you want to check your coat, but before you do that, imagine all your preconceived notions, unconscious bias, and ego, and all the indoctrination that's been dumped upon us. Just imagine that in your coat, and you don't need it here. Just take off your coat, check your coat at the coat check. It's safe there. All your beliefs, all your thoughts, all your whatever, your ego is safe at the coat check. Just grab your claim ticket, grab a snack, grab a drink, grab your favorite person, your favorite your favorite pet. Come on in. Let's really get into some stuff that can help us move through this planet. Cheers, everybody. So that to me is, if we're flying through space and we're spinning through space, and nothing tells us that, by our own, everything that we feel is that we are stationary. Nobody can tell me, oh, I feel the movement of the earth. Nobody here can tell me they feel the movement of the earth or the movement of flying through space, right? So they're basically, from the get-go, from kindergarten, when they have a globe in the classroom, they're getting us to already not trust our own instincts. And when they get us away from trusting our own instincts, they own us. They own us. It's bottom line. And they know that. And while we're here exploring the things that are coming at us, flying at us, right? And trying to figure them out, I think it really helps to understand how deeply they have indoctrinated us. And here we are. The indoctrination. If I can just get people to understand that we are being indoctrinated about everything, and I can expose the indoctrination, I can crack open people's minds not to listen to Dave Snedeker and listen and believe everything Dave Snedeker says. Crack open your mind so that you start to use it. So anything that comes along, don't discount it. Don't push it aside. Don't pretend like you know what the fuck's going on, because you don't. I didn't. Okay? I didn't understand anything about what I'm talking about now as early as 15 years ago. Almost everything. I knew some stuff, but the big awakening was 15 years ago. Our ego is getting in our way of expanding our mind and expanding our reach of what we can look at really objectively and say, let me look at it from over here. Let me look at it from over here. You remember Dead Poets Society? Great movie. And the teacher, played by Robin Williams. And again, we don't know for fact what Robin was into or anything like that. A lot of these people, we will. And when that time happens, we will, we're already changing what we're watching. But the teacher, that he played, this actually happened. This was a real story. The teacher that he played in that movie at that young boys prep school had them stand on their desk. This was a very uptight, ties and jackets and curfews and you do this and you write between the lines and you do this and you do this and we're gonna raise you into fine young men that run this planet, really control those who don't go to those types of schools. The actual teacher showed them the boys that came before them and said, they're all worm food now. They're all dead. You have an opportunity while you're here to make a difference. And in order to make a difference, look at things from a different perspective. Get on your desk. What? Is he crazy? Get on your desk. Stand up on your desk. And they all stood up on their desk, and some wouldn't stand on their desk. And all I'm asking you to do is get out of your seat, stand on your desk, look at this planet differently. Look at those who rule this planet differently. Look at those who we listen to every day differently. Challenge what you hear. challenge everything you hear, including what I just said. Welcome, everybody. Happy Thursday, April 28th. And I am going to jump right into the show notes with you. I just wanted to open with that little monologue. And thank you, Shanna. Good to see you. And yeah, that Nevada, that was Dead Poets Society that I was what do you call it? Channeling. Not a planet, Dave. Well, AZ, that what I say is plane it. Plane. It's a flat plane. That's where that comes from. So that's why I say that. But I agree with, I think, what you're saying. Yes. All right, my friends. The indoctrination. Tomorrow's headlines tonight with David Snedeker, where the news unlocks the map. My friends, you can always find us, theindoctrination.com, and you can find out where we're truth casting. You'll see here. You can find us on YouTube. You can find us Facebook, Twitter, DLive. You can also find the show notes, which we're going over right now. You can also find your Sned gear. My friends, we got some great merch here, and you can get on an order. We got some good stuff up and coming. This is one of my favorites, Love and Light, Snedheads, the Indoctrination, and Sned, we call it the Sned Peace Tee, and you can get it in whatever color you want. This is one of my faves. I love that one right there. So go, get your gear, my friends. You can find that there. On tonight's show, he's back, Hammer Time and Swiss Cheese. And then Todd's going to come on with some decodes. My friends, last night, Todd brought 411, 11-4. It was off the charts. And the feedback we've gotten today for both parts of the show, the news parts of the show and also Todd's dive, have been phenomenal. As a matter of fact, if Todd didn't do anything for the next 2 weeks, I'd be good. So it was pretty fantastic. Dave and the Sneds sounds like a live band. Yeah, Wake and Trillium. I like that name too. I like your name too. Show contributors Rick D, Rainbow Eagle NC, Marianne S, Betsy J, Jen D, and Brenda K. And a big shout out to Jen, Christy, and of course, Barbara, for putting the show notes together. Donald J. Trump, I'm back, hashtag Kofif. This was his first post on Truth Social. And many of you, I know, were thinking, oh, maybe he'll go back to Twitter. And we covered that he said that he was not going to go back on Twitter. I don't blame him. And I'm quite frankly, Elon's going to have to earn our trust, isn't he? We don't know for certain that Elon is a white hat. We don't know Elon's going to do great things with the platform. And I will say this, that that he could very easily, if he doesn't release what's found beneath the code in Twitter, my take is that he's probably getting paid off to not do so, because there's a lot of damning evidence there, and I think he's going to expose it. I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt there, but we shall see. Let's see. So the Kofif. Let's talk about Kofif. Okay. Now we've seen the speculation about Kofif when it comes to the 5G towers and how the iron and this makeup would make the 5G towers inert, right? However, tonight, what we're going to focus on is the actual Kofif Act of 2017, okay, that was originally introduced by a Democrat by the name of Michael Quigley. Michael Quigley Let me introduce you to him. This is Mike Quigley. He is representing the 5th District of Illinois. This is in Chicago, by the way, where he represents. Um, and uh, and he is, excuse me, Quigley has been a fierce advocate of transparency and accountability. Now, the reason this is significant, first of all, is because this was introduced in June of 2017. It did not pass. He reintroduced it today. And that's why President Trump tweeted, what are you going to say? Socialed that? True socialed that? So let me give you one of his quotes. I have spent years dedicated to lifting the veil of government so the American people knows how their government is functioning and if it is working in their best interests. The Trump White House was one of the least transparent administrations in our history. So we know he's indoctrinated, we know he's woke, and he's probably funded and controlled by the black hats, right? We have seen that without necessary and clear policies in place, presidents like Trump will do their very best to keep the public in the dark, said Quigley. All administrations, Republican and Democrat, must meet basic standards so misconduct can be avoided, rooted out, and eliminated. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and this legislation, except for when it comes to, the virus that we were hit with over the past 2 years, because instead of telling us to go out in the sunlight and get some fresh air and get some vitamin D and also get where the sun can kill the virus, we were kept in our homes. So at any rate, sunlight is the best disinfectant, and this legislation will shine a light for the American public, restoring trust and faith in the office of the president. Quigley has been a fierce advocate of transparency and accountability in the federal government since being elected to Congress. He founded the Bipartisan Transparency Caucus to provide a forum for members of Congress who are dedicated to the principles of open government. During the last administration, Quigley championed transparency and oversight throughout the Trump administration's historic efforts to stonewall the public. In 2017, he introduced the COFIF Act to include social media material in the Presidential Records Act, right? Now, I want to go to Trump tweets COFIF. 6 minutes after midnight on May 31st, 2017, Trump tweeted, despite the constant negative press, COFIF. He deleted the tweet 6 hours later and implied that its wording was intentional. Most media outlets presumed that he had meant to type coverage. All right. Now, this was May 31st, 2017, and the fake news media had a field day with this, right? Okay. Now, 6 minutes after midnight Eastern Standard Time, let's just check into that for a second, okay? And let's go to 12:06 timestamp, okay? 6 minutes after midnight, and also we'll go to 126. I don't know if Todd has a dive on this, okay? But 12:06 takes us to April 20th, 2018. Okay, April 20th, which was a recent Delta, by the way. Also, when Barack Obama started coming back in the news about 8 days ago, remember, with his speech about the just he was talking about the jab and how so many people. It was basically a what do you call it? A clinical trial. With billions of people, it can, basically saying that it was a success, right? And so So here he is with this young gal that he's been pictured with many times. And we believe that there was some improper relationship between these two based on what Q has led us to. Then we go to 126. Previous was deleted. Curious. And then we have Saudi Arabia, Rothschilds, Soros. Q. Okay. Now, if we're going by 1206 and 126 by dropping the 0, then he deleted the tweet 6 hours later and implied that its wording was intentional. Previous was deleted. Curious. Okay. That was November 7th, 2017. Okay. So this had not happened yet. May 31st, 2017 happened, and then Q dropped this. Previous was deleted, knowing that eventually we would be coming back to this by following the timestamp. Okay. Now, I'm not going to go any deeper into this because Todd may have something on this, or Todd, if you want to look down a little bit further here. But also look at 11:22, 11:1. You know, the very interesting numerology on this particular drop. But how interesting! I want to see when did Barack Obama speech? I want to say it was on that day, April 20th, and see, yeah. Former president speaks at Stanford. That was 6 days ago, April 21st. Close enough, right? Because April 20th, Delta right here, okay, would have been the day before this. And this speech at Stanford, let me just play a minute of it. That'll take a sec. Probably can't control that particular thing. So if you want to hear
.org or with our free video apps here.
By the way, disinformation and democracy, what led us here but the Kofif, right? Disinformation and democracy. And Kofif is talking about the transparency of online media. Okay. This is at Stanford.
In the years since the Cold War ended, democracies have grown dangerously complacent. Too often we've taken freedom.
Now, I'm not going to play a lot of this clown for you because you guys know he's a clown. You guys know he's full of shit. You know, he's a Manchurian candidate. But I do want to say that when you watch somebody like this, people say, oh, he's such a great orator. Let me tell you what he does well. When I speak from my mind, I speak from my heart, and I have nothing, I have no notes, I have nothing in front of me other than the news that we cover, and I just flow my stream of consciousness and speak what I want to say, when I want to say it, how I want to say it, with a hat on, with a hat off, with a t-shirt on, with a shirt on, whatever. It doesn't matter. The content is king here, and my content is unscripted. His content is scripted. But I want you to see how he acts like it's not. Meanwhile, he's got a teleprompter here to his left, our right, and he's got a teleprompter on the other side. And watch how he pretends like he's just coming up with this stuff as he goes. That's the sign of a good actor, is that you come up with the words that you're saying as if you just thought of them. Actors, all they're doing is reading a script and regurgitating that script. But the way in which they regurgitate that script makes the viewer feel like they're creating those words in the moment. And nothing could be further from the truth. And that's why it's so important to watch somebody like him, even if so briefly, and watch how he does it. Watch. See how he read that? He read that, and then he goes over to the other screen.
And make it easier to overturn the will of the people in states where they hold
He was
power.
just reading. Reading again.
So
reading.
for those of us who believe in democracy,
Reading.
the rule of law,
Reading.
this should serve as a wake-up call.
Reading.
We have to admit that,
Reading.
at least in the years since the Cold War ended,
Reading.
democracies have grown dangerously complacent.
Reading.
That too often we've taken freedom
Reading.
for granted.
Reading.
What recent events remind us is that democracy is neither inevitable nor self-executing.
You see that? Okay. If you're watching, if you're in the audience, if you're watching this and you're not paying attention to that, you would miss that. You would miss really understanding that this guy's just reading a script. So the question is, who are writing these scripts right now? Is it a black hat script or is it a white hat script? And one of the things is when we think it's a black hat script, if we think it's a black hat script, what we're doing there is we're getting frustrated. Because why are we letting these people continue to speak? Why is he not in prison? Why is Hillary not in prison? Why are they not hung? Now you can say, well, she's already dead. She's already hung. She's already this or that. Well, nobody knows that. Okay. And anybody that tells you they know that, run from them. Because there are no receipts to show that. Do we have receipts based on visual evidence like Biden is not Biden? Yeah, we've got that visual evidence. Do we know where the original Biden is? No. He's shot. He's shot. He's shot. That's what Trump kept saying. Is that evidence or is that speculation? Here we differentiate between evidence and speculation. Obama. Oh, he's been dead. He's done it, blah, blah, blah. Show me the receipts. Show me the receipts. Do we think Kamala is real? No, I don't. But show me the receipts that she's dead or already been tried. Right? So Teresa, you just said, I see everything as a white hat script. Teresa, here's what's great about that. Because when we read it as a black hat script, right? And we think, oh my gosh, Obama, he's pissing me off. I can't believe they're still giving him a platform to speak from, and he's speaking to all these kids at school. We get frustrated in those moments. But when we think that maybe up on this teleprompter here, which I'm kind of in the way of here, let me get out of the way. This, clear teleprompter that they can clearly see your words on the other side. You've seen that. When we see that teleprompter and we think that's a white hat script, don't you feel better about that? Don't you feel better about the fact that he's reading a white hat script versus a black hat script? Because then we understand that they are now showing us that they are in control and they're using clowns like this man to awaken humanity. Because the more this man speaks, the more people realize he's full of shit. The more Joe Biden speaks, the more people realize he's full of shit. And what a gift that is. That we get a chance to see that. It is just so fantastic that we are being gifted this particular event. I want to show you this. This is an example of that, where I want to see more of this that makes me realize that this is all a show. This is all a show. Oh, thank you. All right. And so let me make this smaller. Again, this was not scripted. I had no plans to have this particular conversation with you just now, but I have to do it. This was just today. Watch this for a second.
Luxury homes and other ill-begotten gains of Putin's kleptocracy. Kleptocracy and the guys who are the kleptocracies. But these are bad guys. Kleptocracy and the guys who are the kleptocracies. But these are bad guys.
Will somebody tell me if this looks real to you? And if this is not real, then it must be a white hat script. Look at those teeth. This I don't even, this particular thing, it just feels CGI to me. And again, that's speculation because I have no absolute evidence that this is not that this is CGI.
Of Putin's kleptocracy.
But first of all, his just absolutely, he's dead inside.
Kleptocracy and the guys who are the kleptocracies.
And then look at this weird grin, weird smile. Can you even do that with your mouth? Can anybody even do that? And we've seen his smile that it just completely looks fake.
These are bad guys.
These are bad guys. And then look at the teeth. And look at the eyes.
Kleptocracy.
And look at this nose. What's going on with his nose?
The guys who are the kleptocracies. But these are bad guys.
What's going on with these teeth down here? They're moving.
Luxury homes and other.
Okay. So that's an example of if we take that into the future, if we take this kind of information and we realize that we're being played here, we're being for those who are believe it's real, folks, I just think it was all like fake. It was all like fake, right? It's not. It's Jim Carrey but Jim Carrey trained his face to do things like that. And that's definitely not Jim Carrey because Jim Carrey is much taller than this guy. There was all those. You remember all the truthers that were saying it's Jim Carrey or it's this or that or it's this guy. It was all speculation, bullshit, and they were saying it like it's true, right? It is CGI. If it's CGI, I heard look for the blurring around who is in front of a static background, often bookcases. It does look like there was blurring around Biden. Now that's CGI against like a green screen against something else. But if the whole thing is CGI, you're not going to have that differentiation, right? So at any rate, I got off on a tangent, but the reason I went to Obama was because right the day before he came back into the public spotlight with this speech where he also talked about the jab, okay? The Delta for the Q drop was him with this little girl that supposedly he was having sexual relations with. That's all speculation, by the way, until we get some evidence. And that she was murdered many years later, her and her family, maybe because of what she knew, right? And then dropping the 126, previous was deleted. That was from President Trump's tweet today about, or not tweet, but a Truth Social post of Kofif, which was, I don't know the time of that. Christy, would you find out what time that Truth Social drop came, please, if you can? But the reason I went to 126 is because if you go back to when he actually first did it, when the left was, losing their freaking minds, and I had friends making fun of me because I voted for some guy who can't even tweet and says Kofif, and everyone made fun of it. Meanwhile, and they made fun of it so much so that this guy got involved, Mike Quigley, and on January 6th, 2021. Hold on. I'm getting my time. I want to make sure my timeline is correct here. May 31st, 2017. Okay. Quigley reintroduced this today, but he had initially introduced it, I believe. Oh, shoot. I lost it. I thought it was June in 2017. But let me read this. This week, U.S. Representative Mike Quigley, Democrat from Illinois, founder of the Congressional Transparency Caucus, reintroduced the Promoting Accountability and Security in Transition Act after reports emerged that White House logs from January 6, 2021 provided to the House of Representatives included a 7-hour gap in phone calls made by former President Donald Trump. The passed act would clarify and enhance existing law with regards to the preservation of presidential transition and presidential records. Quigley has been a fierce advocate for transparency and accountability. I'm going to skip forward because I read some of this before. In 2017, he introduced the Kofif Act to include social media material in the Presidential Records Act, and the Mar-a-Lago Act to require White House and Trump property visitor logs be made public. By the way, this came out right after we found out this weekend that the Secret Service does not keep logs as to who visits Joe Biden at his Delaware home when he's at home for the weekend. So this guy's going after Trump. Meanwhile, look what his own president is doing. Most recently, his Congressional Budget Justification Transparency Act, which gives the public access to how the federal government spends taxpayer dollars, was signed into law by President Biden on September 24th, 2021. Okay. Promoting Accountability and Security in Transition Acts includes these: require the president to receive written guidance from the archivist before destroying any records. Meanwhile, all of Barack Obama's records have been sealed and indefinitely. Some have come out, but most of them that are damning, like the fact that he never went to Columbia, his real records from Harvard, his real grades from Harvard, things like that, are not available to us. Excuse me. So this is to protect presidential records. Basically, it's not about protection. It's about exposing President Donald Trump through his own communications in order to try to take him down, because so far they haven't been able to take him down with anything of substance. So they're still trying to find things that they can take him down with. And then, excuse me, let me just check something. Christy, what was the first day that Quigley dropped this? Do you know? Okay, here it is. It was on the show notes. That's where I got it from. is that he first introduced this in 6/12/2017. Okay. This was, 13 days after President Trump tweeted Kofif, which was May 31st, 2017. Okay. So he jumped on this. This guy jumped on this. He was probably had his panties in a bunch as well, because he established this this Kofif Act, so they could go after President Trump's records. Now, this did not pass, so he's reintroducing it now that they have a majority. And look what Q directed us to in both. Because here's the thing. Barack Obama kept his BlackBerry. He kept using that. Hillary Clinton used the Gmail. They communicated through that. The reason why they couldn't go after Hillary Clinton was because they were because Barack Obama there was proof that Barack Obama had communicated with Hillary Clinton over the illegal email system, the Gmail. And Q told us how they did it. They did it by just putting notes in drafts and never sending them, so people would go into have the account information and go in and look into the drafts. And so this is going to backfire on them because it's going to expose the communications that they had. These people are stupid, as Q has told us. 1,505 beautiful humans in the Sned Shed tonight. Welcome, everybody, on this Thursday night. Two things. One, if you are coming in late, please make sure you go back and see the beginning of the show. Do yourself a favor. Make sure you see that before too much time has passed. And also, please, oh geez, please be careful who you listen to, folks. I'm telling you, you just got to challenge everything. Challenge everything. I'm not even going to get into it. I'm not even going to get into certain individuals, but don't believe everything you hear. So, my friends, this is what we were led to by the Kofif. But so definitely see the beginning of tonight's show, and also go and do yourself a favor and go see last night's show, specifically when Todd came on and we did the dive into 11-4. It's fantastic work. The whole show was fabulous. People were saying it was the best ever. So please go check that out. Definitely make sure we'll probably repost that hopefully over the weekend. All right. So that's it. And they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. Here's something we reported on last night, and I just want you to want to show you that this Deutsche Bank, the gentleman that we talked about, Val Broeksmit, he has been found dead, and this is they are tying him to Trump, that Trump had links to him, and but I also want to remind you that he was homeless. Now, he very odd. He kind of went off the rails, but he was last seen driving his red Mini Cooper in April 2021 on the Riverside Drive. He was later reported missing by his relatives, but then he was a son of a Deutsche Bank executive who died via suicide in 2014. Again, we covered this all last night. But I just want to say that what they're doing is they're trying to link him to President Trump. And I want to remind you, I also showed you the guy from Malibu who was a Deutsche Bank executive who they tried to tie to Trump. But then we found out that he was actually doing business with Jeffrey Epstein in a big, big way as well, right? And so, the U.S. Intelligence Committee and Chairman Adam Schiff issued subpoenas to Brooke Schmidt several times as the panel was targeting Trump during his presidency. Several years ago, Trump's son Eric said that Democrat lawmakers who were trying to obtain Trump's Deutsche Bank records were abusing their power. This subpoena is an unprecedented abuse of power and simply the latest attempt by House Democrats to attack the president and our family for political gain. He said at the time, while saying the actions set a horrible precedent for all taxpayers. Now, I want to remind you that that they have been trying to get anything on Trump, and Letitia James ran on this in New York, won as Attorney General, and is now going after him and said they were going to sign that they were going to thank you, Irma, I agree, and said that they were going to fine him $10,000 a day for every day he did not produce documents that Trump's lawyers already said that they don't have access to, right? So they'll do anything they can. So let me go to Durham. He has not ruled out the technology executive one who was hired by Clinton campaign attorney Michael Sussman. Confirmed to be Rodney Jaffe, is currently being investigated by Durham's team, according to the prosecutor. No more details were provided. We have not at this point charged Mr. Jaffe with a crime, but as we've been saying all along, this is an ongoing investigation, and we can't say no crime has been committed. Jaffe had a government contract in 2016 who noted that the statute of limitations for government abuse misconduct charges extends beyond 5 years. However, it's not clear if Jaffe will be charged or if those charges are being investigated. This is a very interesting story because, of course, why would you rule that out? Well, in an ongoing investigation, that's not going to happen. I think this was put out there for optics. It's just bringing more light to this. It's kind of like, excuse me, when somebody, let's say somebody's running for president and they say, I'm running for president of the United States, et cetera, and then everything kicks into place, and they don't get as much feedback on that. Hold on. Hello. Okay. Twitter thread right here. Okay, I got it. Awesome. Thank you. All right, Christy was just calling to let me know about something new that she just dropped that we got to see. But just finishing that thought before I jump back onto this is that when you announce that you're running for president, everything kicks into gear, and then you're just one of the crowd, right? But if you go and you're going to do a speaking engagement, people were following. Hey, is he going to announce he's running for president? And they always say, well, I haven't ruled it out, right? I haven't ruled it out because it keeps the curiosity. And so the curiosity hounds keep following him to see, oh, is he going to announce? Is he going to announce? And so it's almost like you create more momentum for your campaign before it even begins by just saying we haven't ruled it out. So remember that is a tool that is used. It's also used in Hollywood, right? I'm thinking about, leaving Hollywood or whatever. It just creates this curiosity for people to continue to follow. Okay. So, excuse me. This is going to be good. So we covered this a little bit last night, but we're going to go into this dive. This is from Rocco. Before the death of Bikini Robot Army, and Deutsche Bank whistleblower Val Brooksmith this week. That was his Twitter handle. He supplied me with the documents from his late father, Bill Brooksmith, the unofficial conscience of Deutsche Bank. His father was trying to expose Deutsche Bank too. By the way, Deutsche Bank is one of the worst banks on the planet. That's not saying much because all banks are really pretty lousy. But Deutsche Bank, money laundering, drug money laundering. One labeled VTB Europe client list, its first page redacted by me. Okay, so this guy, Rocco, who's on Twitter and exposing this. Okay, so let's see what it is. Okay. It's hard to see this. Let me see if I can blow it up a little bit better for you. It's hard to read some of this stuff. Here we go. All right. Job title, CEO of Russia. Partner, CCO of Russia. Co-head of Global Bank Russia. So these are a lot of different people, okay, that he's redacted, okay. But one labeled VTB Europe client list. CEO of Russia, Putin, right? Maybe, unless Russia is a company that they're providing. So this first page is redacted. The spreadsheet contains the names, contacts, assistants, and other information. This was just yesterday, by the way. Related to the Russian-speaking bankers and heads of HR departments across the world's most powerful banks, both public and private. It reveals what I believe to be an unprecedented global scheme. I had been filming a documentary about Val's trials and tribulations following a 2019 New York Times profile that, unfairly or not, Val had blamed for many strange and tragic occurrences that transpired over the 2 years my crew and I spent with Val. This story in the New York Times, I'm not going to do that. Me and my whistleblower, the Intelligence Committee's investigation of the president. Again and again, one man, and that's all we got because I won't get the New York Times. Glimpses from the film can be seen below in the promo reel for the now defunct SCNR robot, a story for another time. Val's legacy and documents have been preserved and contingency plans are in place for release of crucial data if safety is threatened. Let's see what we have here. It's just 1:44 long. Excuse me, friends. I am, this is not playing. Let me see if I have something that I can, that's an issue there. Okay, let me see if this can play. It looks like this is no longer available. Let me see if it goes into YouTube.
Friends would walk up to me and just be like, what the f is in your...
Good. I can't even fathom what there is to hide.
I'm telling a really wicked story. One always hesitates to get started.
Yeah, that's the father.
They're in the business, I think, of killing us.
We deserve for our children to grow up and be able to breathe.
We are in a highly polluted community. Our immune system has been compromised.
There's good people and there's bad people, and then there's my father.
I'm the only one that can do this. It's unique to me. It's a position I was born to do.
Our antipathy, our desperation, our frustration are very deeply founded.
People right now, I think, are focused on if you get a ventilator, it's going to fix things. But I'll tell you right now, I have 15 to 20 patients on the ventilator right now that aren't recovering.
That foam is an indicator of all kinds of organic material that you really probably don't want to be drinking.
God, I thank you for equipping each and every person here with strength.
certainly wish we've seen the worst, but we need to prepare for something worse than what we got.
I hope it's not the end of the world, man. I really don't, man.
Okay, so that's a movie starring this gentleman that just died. There's no, excuse me, there's no indication Val's death involved foul play. But the reported discovery of his body at a high school near a park raises questions so far unresolved by LA's medical examiner, which has deferred a cause of death to additional investigation. Federal informant found dead on El Sereno High School's campus. Let's play this.
At Amazon,
shoot. Okay.
hourly employees earn benefits that support themselves and their families. Employees earn health care on day one.
Yeah, okay. I hate this, and can't turn the volume
And
down.
up to 20 weeks.
There we go. Yeah, I can. Okay, so don't need to hear about Amazon. And they earn health care from day one because they're worked to death. So they need health care. There we go.
History in El Sereno. A federal informant has been found dead on the grounds of Woodrow Wilson High School. The family of 45-year-old Valentin Brooksmith had reported him missing to the LAPD. He was last seen on April 6th at Griffith Park driving a red Mini Cooper. Woodrow Wilson High School police say they have no video or evidence that shows him coming onto campus, so they don't know how long his body has been there. There's no word yet from the coroner on the cause of death. Brooksmith reportedly worked with the feds investigating Deutsche Bank and its ties with former President Trump. A local car wash has been fined more than $800,000 for allegedly underpaying its workers. The state says Torrance Car Wash violated minimum wage, overtime, and contract wage rules.
I know
For
that's
example,
important, but we'll cover the car wash another night. So you can see this guy was significant, right? The place of death, odd place, but here's the thing. The ongoing investigation needs to take place. Troubling developments regarding the days leading to Deutsche Bank whistleblower Val's death. Sarah C. Johnson caught this April 6th Citizen App LA alert about a man barricaded in his home. Can confirm address was Val's residence with partner M. Toltz. Citizen user video shows multiple police vehicles arriving on scene. Police advised that the suspect had barricaded himself inside the location and they are requesting additional units for assistance. Police have received an unconfirmed report that a man armed with a gun broke into a person's home. Incident reported at 642 Moulton Avenue. Let's see. Folks, the reason I'm spending time on this is because we think this is going to be bigger than it's flying under the radar here. Val said, my girlfriend has been missing for 14 hours. I asked LAPD for help to go find her. Instead, they waste time laying siege at my home. Okay, this is during that time. If you are who you claim, then you went missing 1 year ago. WTF, coincidence is that? I feel that the powers that be are doing you gaucho, dog. If what you claim isn't BS, Russia wants their vengeance and has such a long reach they make NBA players look like they got T-Rex arms. This is my home, Val says. It's my home. How are we supposed to help? Hopefully you don't have any firearms you aren't supposed to have. The most logical solution to having a situation, whether you're telling the truth or not, is to communicate with them. Let's go to the next one. Did I go too far? Hold on. Okay. There was a helicopter there. They're being blocked. Then it went to this one. Okay, so it ended with the one I just read. Okay. L.A. Taco, a key source of information in a federal investigation into Deutsche Bank, was found dead on the campus of Woodrow Wilson High School in El Serrano. Excuse me. And then, before the death, and Deutsche Bank whistleblower, he supplied me with documents from his late father. A source who says they work at the school tells L.A. Taco, all the teachers, let me come back on with you here. All the teachers were shocked when they quickly removed the body, and admin told us to hold classes as usual. At this point, the faculty were under a mistaken belief that the body belonged to a homeless man who died of natural causes. We all thought it was ridiculous to have students on campus, but once the kids were there, it was a done deal, the sources continues. Once they learned the corpse belonged to a whistleblower in a Deutsche Bank corruption case involving Trump, they say it was even more odd that very little investigation was done and the entire area was quickly pressure washed. In other words, they did not maintain the integrity of a crime scene here, right? Great way to dispose of a body, I guess, just dump it on school grounds. They immediately remove body and pressure wash kids before they notice what happens. This was a meme I was going to share with you guys earlier tonight. Remember, when you bury a body, cover it with endangered plants so it's illegal to dig it up. Follow me for more gardening tips. Okay. So this was just on my mind earlier tonight. And here they take the body to a high school and discover it after the kids are already there, and then they don't have the kids go home. They keep them there. Deutsche Bank whistleblower found dead in Los Angeles an hour ago. This was the original article. This takes us to Reddit. He was reportedly missing last year, with police saying he was last seen around 4 p.m. April 6, 2021. He supplied journalists with Deutsche Bank documents that highlighted the bank's deep Russia connections. Now, they say he was homeless, but then they also say that he has a home, and that home was surrounded by police officers. And did Deutsche Bank get him swatted? Now, if you don't think these folks have the reach that they can have SWAT show up and police show up and make it look like he did something bad, then you're not paying attention. And you obviously didn't pay attention when, with how the FBI treated James O'Keefe and Project Veritas, and also how they raided Tim Pool's studio, I believe twice. And also how they raided the homes of J6ers and treated them like they were mass murderers, the way the SWAT came in through their doors and broke down their doors and knocked down their doors. So this is how this happens. Holy F, this sounds like one of the fake QAnon stories, this Blake Snell, except Deutsche Bank has a very real and documented history of making people disappear. Okay, very, very corrupt bank. Wonder if LAPD has any relevant files or info from around April 6th. If you ask for them, they will SWAT you next. He was found at a high school, not a residence yet. Once people are dead, they can't be moved. Case closed. Pack it up, folks. Nothing to see here. So just some comments we're checking out from that. But my friends, we will keep an eye on this, okay? Because there something smells big time, okay? So just want to say to Val and to your father, thank you for your sacrifice. By the way, his father died of a heart attack 2014? I think his father was, possibly murdered. Again, they had the heart attack gun in 1975, my friends, at the CIA. DARPA had created. What do you think they have now? Right? 7 times Tim Pool Was swatted, Beth? I did not know 7 times. Wow. Dixie says, I know it was several times. Yeah. 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 That's very, very interesting. Stu Peters has been swatted 2 times. I believe Poole has been. Okay, Shirley, thank you. I didn't know that he was. Very, very tragic, by the way, that these purveyors of truth are being swatted in that way. So thank you for your service, gentlemen. We will keep an eye out and try to bring light to this darkness. Ah, boy. Clinton campaign, the DNC misreported opposition research as legal services. And this is all going down to the, Fusion, Sussman, and we're going to find out much, much more about this than we even know. And Perkins Coie, which is who Sussman worked for, and Christopher Steele. Yeah. And the government investigation started in 2018 after the Coolidge-Reagan Foundation and 2 other parties lodged separate complaints asserting the Democratic entities violated federal law that requires political committees to report disbursements over $200 per year by intentionally obscuring their payments through Perkins Coie and failing to publicly disclose the true purpose of those payments. HFA, Hillary for America, and the DNC were able to avoid publicly reporting on their statutory required FEC disclosure forms the fact that they were paying Fusion GPS to perform opposition research on Trump with the intent of influencing the outcome of the 2016 presidential election, the Coolidge-Reagan complaint stated. The new documents show the accused objecting to the accusations, alleging that Fusion GPS's work was entirely in support of Perkins Coie legal services for the campaign and the DNC. Fusion GPS was doing research, but they were doing research for Perkins Coie. Now, Sussman's attorneys, my friends, real quick, let me take you down this path. I'm forgetting the name of Sussman's attorneys. Sussman's. Let me see. Sussman's. Apostrophe S. Attorney. No, they're still giving it to me. Guys, help me out. Who's Sussman's? Michael Sussman's attorney? It's a law firm. Not Perkins Coie. I'm sure I could find it, but you guys will tell me before I do. It is. All right. Whoever answers this gets gear from the Snedhead's shop. I'll tell you that right now. Who is? Let me see if that helps. Who is Michael Sussman's attorney? No. No. What's the law firm, Christy? Latham and Watkins. Latham and Watkins. That was the story I did from Vegas, because the husband of the woman who was murdered on the set of Rust by Alec Baldwin, her husband works for Latham and Watkins. Okay. Also, Latham and Watkins were the attorneys, and the woman who was shot and murdered was born in Russia, the same place that Sean Connery's character was from in The Hunt for Red October, which Alec Baldwin was in, and who played Jack Ryan in that movie. And she moved to Ukraine and became a journalist in Ukraine. And in Ukraine, as we now know that journalists are complete propagandists. So we know she was probably compromised. And then she came and she was a director of photography on the set of Rust. So she was murdered. What I thought, we all kind of came to this conclusion, Christy and Barbara and I, that that this to me was send a message to Michael Sussman that he'd better keep his mouth shut and not give up Hillary Clinton, that he's got to go down without Hillary Clinton going down. And so this was a message. And also, Latham and Watkins were also the law firm that saved the deep state bank accounts in Ukraine $6 billion by getting a judgment against these two companies from Cyprus that had a lawsuit against the government of Ukraine for price fixing the price of gas that they were receiving from a company that these two Cypriot countries companies were invested in, and that they should have been granted that $6 billion lawsuit. But the judge was corrupted by Latham and Watkins, and they voted in favor of Ukraine, so it saved the deep state $6 billion. As we know, Ukraine is the piggy bank for the deep state, okay? So this is all related, my friends, and we got to dig into this as deeply as we can. Okay, here's a shifting gears here. This is a petition to end the humanitarian crisis at the border because of the children being trafficked. Human traffickers are making a horrifically disturbing $14 million a day. This had nothing to do with anti-racism actions. This has everything to do with the trafficking of children and the trafficking of fentanyl and other illegal drugs coming into this country. President Biden refuses to even acknowledge the crisis. His agency even postponed Operation Talon, allowing sex offenders back onto the streets. His policies have created this humanitarian nightmare for children. And so there's a petition. So please go and sign this petition. It's in the show notes, again, on theindoctrination.com. Please go fill out that petition. Let's get on that. Okay, please. This is huge. Swiss National Bank posts $34 billion loss as bond loses bite. The flight for safety increases the price of gold significantly. They lost $33.75 billion. The Swiss National Bank in Zurich. Okay, there is the city of London. Okay, which is the the seat of the financial of the world. But Zurich is in Switzerland is where all the questionable accounts are and all the big, huge bank accounts are because of their privacy in Switzerland. I remember I was in Geneva, and I was there at the UN when I was doing some work for the indigenous people, and we were supporting them. And I was there with Wilda Spalding, and we were doing some great work because the indigenous populations around the world were being abused by the pharmaceutical companies who would come in and find their elixirs and find their healing ointments and things, and they would steal them and patent them in a way that they could, as best they could, and not give them any credit and steal their intellectual property. And so we were there and defending the indigenous populations to the UN for them to challenge these pharmaceutical companies. Unfortunately, it was shoveling shit against the tide because at the time I didn't realize how corrupted it was. But I remember going to a bank and incurred about asked about opening up a bank account, and it was very, very cloak and daggerish. Like I had to go in to a room. There was nobody out front, by the way. I had to press a buzzer. They said, "Can we help you?" It was a private banking outfit. "Can we help you?" I said, "Yes, I'd like to see about opening up a bank account." They opened opened this door, and I went into they led me into this room. They said, "Somebody will be with you." They closed the door. There were no windows. It was very, very odd. And this gentleman comes in, introduces himself, and I said, "Hey," introduced myself, small talk, and I said, "Hey, what's involved with opening up a bank account for my company here in Zurich?" And he said, "Well, first of all," he said, we do personal banking only." And then he said, he says, "But we're not opening any more accounts for Americans." And this was since the Patriot Act. They had changed that because in some of Obama's work, no, this was Clinton's, I'm sorry. Clinton had opened up things so that you could not, it had to do with the Patriot Act, but basically you couldn't keep these secret bank accounts. And so they were forcing Switzerland, the IRS was forcing Switzerland to hand over the names of these bank accounts, and they wouldn't do it. And so then they didn't want to get into business with Americans anymore on an above ground level. So at any rate, that's just a little side story. But these banks are they're top of the top. I mean, these people know what's happening in the world market, and they lost $33.75 billion. Okay, as lower bond prices and higher franc dented the value of its foreign currency investments. The bank made a loss of this from foreign currency investments built up during its campaign to tame the franc. The bank, again, this is tame the franc. That's about, currency manipulation. The bank made a profit of 1.6 billion francs from interest on its bond portfolio and 800 million francs in dividends from the stocks and shares it holds in companies, which include Starbucks and Google owner Alphabet. So, lost that, made a profit of that. But this was wiped out by a big valuation lost on its bond portfolio, which makes up 80% of the 977 billion francs held by SNB in foreign currency investments. As bond prices tumbled, they made a loss. The central bank also made a loss of 10.7 billion francs from its share portfolio and 3.4 billion francs exchange rate. The franc surged in value earlier this year as investors caught safe havens after war erupted in Ukraine, while stock markets also declined. But this flight for safety, meaning they got out of the bond market, increased the price of gold during the period, with the SNB making a valuation gain of 4.2 billion francs on its gold holdings. Okay. So what's happening here? So something like this happens. People are realizing that these bonds and the currency are losing value. And so their flight for safety led them into the gold market, increasing their valuation of gold holdings by 4.2 billion. Moral of this story, fiat currency sucks. Gold is fantastic. Todd, Cindy, you guys ready to call in here? And while we're waiting on you, I just want to take you to theindoctrination.com, and what we're showing you here is Patriot Silver. Patriot Silver is our team that we have come together, and we buy and sell coins created by a company called 7K. Please go to patriotsilver.gold, or you can find this Patriot Silver link on theindoctrination.com. I interview Jason Arfman, the CEO, who I will be spending time with this week in Vegas, next week, I should say. And please fill this out and just talk with Todd, talk with Cindy, or talk with Nancy about what we're doing. We're doing something very, very special, and it's like a buyer's club for sorry, I'm doing this wrong. It's a buyer's club for gold and silver, so you can get gold and silver at great prices, at dealer direct prices. Here you see dealer direct. So you can get a kilo generic gold bar for $62,765. Not all of you got that kind of cash. I certainly don't have sitting around. But you can get an American Eagle, and then you can get silver. You can get a monster box of American Silver Eagles, or you can get 50-gram gold bars, various designs of silver ingots. You can look at these prices on 7kmetals.com, and you can compare them to what you can find elsewhere. But the integrity of this company is very, very incredible. And a 1 ounce, 100 ounce silver bar is $3,000. When I got mine, it was, I think, $2,500. So in 9 months, my silver has already increased in value $500. Okay. And my wallet underfloweth, Kaiser. Mine does as well, but I will tell you that I am so grateful that I got involved in this company, which you can do for as little as $200, and you can start tucking away silver and gold every month. And then you can also learn more about numismatic coins, which are increasing at an even faster rate than the actual price of gold and silver. But you can find out a lot more about this with absolutely zero obligation by just going and checking out Patriot Silver on theindoctrination.com, or going to patriotsilver.gold. We have already paid out to Snedheads through 7K over $100,000 in just 9 months of people just coming in and sharing it with others. We will go to Todd and Cindy right now. Hello, my friends.
Hi, happy Thursday.
Happy Thursday. What's happening?
Just listening to you and watching the NFL draft picks in the background.
Was I chosen?
No.
All right.
A lot of people from Georgia going out, though.
I think you fell down the list because of your knee.
Do I have to show you my highlight reel? Do I?
Bring it.
Hold on. Here, let me pull it up. Hold on a second.
Hello to all the Sneds.
Yeah, we got a good crew tonight. We got 1,547.
That's it?
Yep. I don't know what's going on. We're still being shadow banned like crazy. It's just yeah.
They better
It's-
share it out real quick because we got to get up to 2,000 before I'm going to drop my bomb.
There you go. Share it out, my friends. Share this out. Otherwise, Todd's going to take his ball and go home.
Both of them.
Both of them.
I'm not even.
Oh,
gonna
really?
touch it
Did
with
that other
my
one drop?
baseball.
Did
My
that
baseball
did
and
that other one
basketball. What
drop?
are you
Did
guys
it
talking about?
finally?
My baseball and basketball. What are you guys talking about?
Okay.
Dirty
Yes.
minds,
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So good stuff. We by the way, let's just talk a little bit, if we can, before you drop any more bombs, about last night, because that was pretty fantastic. And you want to just tell the Sneds just a little bit about that, if you would.
It's still going on.
It still continues tonight, Dave.
Beautiful. Well, can you take us a trip down memory lane, and then we'll go into the new one?
Well, it's all kind of a blur, man. It was just a wild ride.
It was insane.
In the crazy decode world where it just keeps going and confirming and reconfirming and telling you more.
Yep.
And that's just kind of how these dives go. And recently they've been just awesome, off the charts. And
it's amazing.
Our POTUS coming back and tweeting, truthing, they call it. That really was exciting because he and Dan Scavino both talked about Kofif with you, was what you mentioned.
Yeah.
Which I kind of like. I didn't know about that the way you took it, down that guy's bill.
Yeah, how about that guy? Just again, more wokeness against Trump, more efforts to take Trump out, and in the end, it seems like it's going to take them out.
Yeah, it is, because that's just going to piss us off. That's the thing. I think that what you were saying. I saw the reaction when you played Bo's little blurb. And every time that we play anybody that we hate, everybody gets pissed off. And I'm like, no, this is to wake us up. You should play this for your friends. This is their hero, not ours. And let's show, let's pull back the cloak and show that the emperor has no clothes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's really special what's happening here, and how it's all coming together. And it just by the way, somebody just said, whatever happened to Baldwin? And I just wanted to play this. I don't know who's seen this, but Betsy shared this with us the other day, and I just want to play this. This is real short, but somebody was saying what happened to Alec Baldwin. This was when he was with the detectives, and they told him what happened. Just check this out.
I do have some very unfortunate news to tell you.
What?
She didn't make it. Yeah. So Joel's still at the hospital, but the other person involved didn't make it. Sorry. I just didn't want you to hear it outside of here. Is there something we could do for you?
So they're kind of comforting him, but in fact he murdered this woman.
Digress on some commentary here. That we've done this for 2 weeks and we did it the right way every day. Every day.
And then he basically says we've done it the right way every day. Every day. He confirmed that. Meanwhile, we know for a fact that people walked off that set because of the poor management of safety with guns, and also they also we know for a fact that the way that they did it was incorrect. And I don't think it was very good acting either.
That was horrible.
Right? Right? Some people
Yeah.
think he was a good actor. Some people don't think.
I've never cared for him, but that might have been his
You
best,
mean just
best
sitting-
role right there, just sitting there.
Just sitting there staring at the table.
Acting
Right.
like
That's
that.
Right.
You wouldn't say, "Oh my God, no." You would. I mean, you would. The natural human reaction, I think, would be to blurt something out.
I don't think I'd cover my mouth and cover my head. Like, it's almost like that. That's Hollywoodized, right? So a lot of people think it's lousy acting. I agree. And it's just, it's. But the bottom line here is then he tried to justify it, saying we did everything correct, and they didn't. They didn't at all. They didn't at all.
Dave, like I said before on the program, my dad ran a hunting safety clinic, and we went through all. We were the ones who gave the tests to young. It was a young hunter safety clinic. Kids that were around guns when they were young, we didn't even point toy guns at each other. We never, a loaded gun, an unloaded gun was to be treated just as a loaded gun. And unless I pulled that thing back and looked down the barrel and checked it all out, there's no way, there's no way that would have happened on a set that I was an actor on.
Yeah.
Because I would have seen the live round. How long does it take to check it?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just it's really, it wasn't done properly. And I've been over this with my friend who's a director, and I was his AD on one of his movies. He was my co-writer on one of mine. We've done a lot of work together. We're very good friends, and we talked about this, and it shouldn't have even been handled by the first AD. Not much less not gone over and picked up off a table and brought over to the actor, and the actor doesn't clear it himself. So it's just, it was done very, very poorly. And so the fact that he's coming back with we did it right every single time is just bullshit. So anyway, I digress to that just because I was talking about it earlier, and you guys were asking me what the status is. And right now, he's a free man, and the production, he was a producer on it. The production of Rust was fined, I believe, $150,000 or $140,000.
Yeah, that'll probably really close them down.
That's part of their lunch bill.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And a friend of mine was actually interviewed, a friend of mine that I've worked with on Senator whoever. He said it was done incorrectly. And he is a weapons expert, and also has done some prop work as well. So,
but I mean, Dave, just follow this. I don't care what it is on a set. The last person to grab the gun should always check it themselves. Yeah. I don't care if it's gone through 30 people's hands. Once it gets to mine, I'm checking it.
Yep.
If I'm the one pointing it, I'm the one checking it. And that should be the protocol. Yep. Therefore, it always ends up in, you can't say, oh, well, I didn't know. And then the other person says, well, I'm the armorer, and the AD gave it to me and said it was okay. You don't pass the buck. It's always the last person that handles it.
Yep. Yep.
One of the Sneds says Western's being made for 80 years and hardly any deaths.
Yeah.
Right. Right. And it just
Good
so
point.
happens that this woman is from Ukraine. She is her husband is a lawyer for Latham and Watkins, and who's Michael Sussman's lawyer, and all these connections. Dave, yeah, you're just a conspiracy nut, and these connections you're making they're a far stretch. Latham and Watkins is a big company, but the bottom line here is that when you have that many coincidences, and this was my theory on the murder to begin with, that it was a set murder. Like he had to take a hit and murder this woman to send a message, because they knew how public it was going to be. And there's no better message sent than a very public message, because it shows what they're willing to do to get a message across. So Sussman, you better shut up. And anybody else that's coming in there better not say anything either, because we just had one of the most famous actors on the planet take out this woman who's connected to this whole thing. So it just doesn't make nothing else makes sense to me. So Casey said, I had a good friend killed by another friend. They skipped school. The one pointed the gun at the other and accidentally shot his best friend. His dad was a cop. It was his gun. You never, ever, ever point a gun at anybody. And like Todd said, you always act like every gun is loaded, period.
Yep. It's the first thing my dad taught me.
Yep.
Dave, if you're taught right, when somebody if I cleared the barrel of a shotgun, looked down it, even had it apart and just assembled it and handed it to my buddy, and if my buddy just happened to just swing around with the gun, I naturally, by reflex, just duck.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I never consider any gun to be safe. I've been hunting with people that don't know what they're doing. And I told them, I said, you can't load, I checked their gun for them and I said, you can't load until I tell you when to load.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to, you can only point this direction, don't follow the bird to me. Thank you.
Yep. Exactly. Yeah. Now, there was word that she was working on something involving human trafficking, and that was never proven. That was just speculation. Yeah. So, yeah. So at any rate, so back to, I'm glad we did that and got your feedback on that, because that's really important. Your experience as well, both of yours and mine, and in evaluating exactly what went down there. But let's get back to last night. We went in to a dive with Scavino. Scavino was, tweeting during the show, as he does, and we went down this 11-4 dive, which is one of the only dates, or if they are dates that were provided in the there were really 3 dates that were provided in all the 4,953 Q drops. The 3 dates are 11-3, 11-4, and 10-31. 10-31 was to be the arrest of Hillary Clinton, and then the 11-3 and 11-4 were the arrests of Huma and Podesta. So if those were dates at all. So, but it took us to 11-4. So we went down into the Q drops 11-4. You guys got to see this dive. It's fantastic. And we'll play it again this weekend. I promise you. I'm going to make this promise right now, Todd, that we play that again as a restream, because it was just that good. And so we went down to 11-4. We went to the deltas for 11-4, and the connections were just off the charts. It's like you said, you can't even explain it.
No, it's really hard to explain how it just, how they,
Yeah.
and it was pretty much, I had half of it done, but the other half was, just carrying on from there because like you
Yeah.
said, it was happening in real time also. So,
Yep.
Yep. And everything had 11.4 and 4.11 in it. And when you know the significance and how Q confirms that you're going in the right directions, then it becomes indisputable. It's way past coincidence. It's way past, what are the odds, that you would go down that path and they all read so perfectly. But there's I've got a really simple dive tonight, and it kind of dovetails off of that, but it's even more. It's more easily followed for some people, I think.
Yep.
And it starts off with Hillary Clinton's last tweet.
All right, let's go there. Let's see. Here we go. Hillary.
Now it's her
April 27th retweet or her tweet?
It's her retweet of Department of State.
Yep, got it right here.
And it's 1 day ago.
Yep. Former Senator Hillary Clinton, former Secretary, Department of State. When dictators dragged their feet or ambassadors filibustered, Madeline never hesitated to speak up. A dozen times a day, she would ask her team, "What's next?" turning her boundless energy and intellect to yet another crucial global challenge. Is she talking about Madeleine Albright?
Yeah.
What's next? Can we kill more Iraqi children?
Right. And a dozen times a day, she turns to her staff and says, "What's next?"
Yep.
Wouldn't that drive you a little nuts being her staff member?
Yeah, that's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Do you want me to play this? It's a do we
yeah,
need to?
If people can stomach it.
I don't know if I can.
It's not that relevant really.
Okay.
Honestly, it's more of the timestamp itself.
Yeah, let's go to 9:30, and then of course the duration is 1:44, and I know where that's going to take us.
And then drop the 0, so 93. But we'll start off at 9:30.
Yeah. All right, here we go. 9:30, 93, and 1:44. All right, 9:30. You want to take it away, Bud, or do you want me to?
Sure. This is from March 10th, 2018. And I want you to notice the timestamp, Dave. 447, which is 411 again.
Yep.
So there's a confirmation we're continuing on. And it says POTUS's recent tweet relevant here. EU. Enough is enough. She was warned. Q.
Interesting.
And if you take that into today's context, POTUS's recent tweet, it wouldn't necessarily be a tweet, but it would be a truth.
Truth Social.
And Trump just came back on social media,
right,
and actually talked about Kofif. But I believe that they're either discussing enough is enough. She was warned. Was it Madeleine Albright, or was it who is actually Hillary's actually talking at Madeleine Albright's funeral?
But
right.
So, who was warned?
Yeah. So the other thing too is I wonder if we can find President Trump's tweets on March 10th.
Well, I didn't go that far.
Okay. Hey, Christy, will you check out that? Will you check that out? Yeah, if we could get find out what his tweets were. I know QAG.news has the tweets on these same dates. So if anybody that's using that. Yes, please continue, bud.
All right. So from there, Dave, I went to 93. And that's November 5th, 2017. And it says, is HRC just a puppet and the goal is to take down her minders and the real kingpins? And then Q responds, correction. HRC was a puppet, but her strings were recently cut. She's now on her own and fighting for her life. Q.
Wow. And for all those who were with us last night, know how often we the Saudi Arabia was brought up in such a way that they were the strings that were cut. She was a puppet on her the strings of the House of Saud, and those strings were cut. So this is very relevant to last night as well. And
also, Dave, you gotta take into account where she is. She's standing over the body of Madeleine Albright as she's speaking. So now the last line says she's now on her own fighting for her life.
Yeah.
Now, does that imply that Madeleine Albright...
Nice context, yeah. Really
Madeleine
nice
Albright might have lost her... she might have been taken out.
Yep.
Is what I get.
And by the way, 9 and 3 is 12, and she said 12 times a day. She would turn to her staff and say, what's next? This also takes us to 11:5, which was... right next to 11:4 where we were all night last night. So I like the looks of this.
Initially, when I saw this, Dave, now that time has changed, the
down here,
the add up, yeah, it's different. But anyway, we'll just skip that. Now you'll notice that was tweeted twice on the same day, and that has a 2-minute and 20-second differential in the timestamps.
Yep, from here to this.
Yeah, so go to 2:20.
So the 2:20 is a different timestamp between these and this. So let me go back up to 2:20. There you go. Take it away.
And that's November 23, 2017. And then you have, if you look at the timestamp there, Dave, you have 10:14. So there's 11:4 right there, verifying that we're in the right area.
Yep.
And then it says, reminder, unclassified setting, monitored and analyzed in real time. Future answers past.
What do you make of that?
Well, I think that she is in an unclassified setting as she's speaking over her so-called mentor, Madeleine, and she's been monitored and analyzed, for a long time in real time. But I think in the future you're going to see why it's like this, and it explains further the farther you go in this.
Yep. Todd, I think we need to listen to this. Something's telling me we need to listen. It's only a minute 44.
Okay.
But let's listen to it.
Madeline and I bonded over many things, but in recent years, we bonded over the joy of being grandmothers. Nothing made her light up like talking about all of you, or, as Bill has said, made her more determined to help build a better, freer, safer world.
Does that include
that
Iraqi
mission,
children?
Which animated her entire life, never wavered. In her last memoir, she shared the urgency that she always felt. She wrote, "There is no shortage of worthwhile work to be done, and no surplus of seasons in which to do it." That is the wisdom of a woman who learned too early in life that life is fragile, freedom can't be taken for granted, democracy must be defended, peace must be won, and there is no time to waste doing any of that. It is the resolve of the refugee who fled tyranny twice before the age of 11. And it is the determination of a diplomat who knew war and worked to end it.
She knew war, all right. This is, it reminded me of the Hunger Games logo, whatever the heck she's wearing on her lapel. Does anybody know what that is on her lapel?
Oh, Dave, I'm sorry. I was speaking and I was muted. I pulled a Dave.
Oh, man. About time you did.
She mentions 2, 2, and 11. That's 411.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yes.
Again.
Wow.
Wrinkled flag.
Yeah. Madeleine Albright said that the murder of 500 Iraqi children was worth it. She is not a good person.
No, and have you noticed, even if you look at Hillary's profile, how she has mother, grandmother, all these female references, and she's a big female. In one of her other videos that I saw just recently, she talked about there's a special place in hell for people who don't back women getting into high places. That was a quote from, I believe, Madeleine Albright too, but they're talking specifically about women, mothers, grandmothers, and there's the other side of the party that's now trying to make everybody, they're trying to degenderize.
Yeah, the wokeness of, I mean, Pelosi was even saying we're going to get rid of grandma and mom and grandpa and all that.
Well, and she had that on her profile also pretty heavy. I think it was mother,
Yep.
grandmother, great grandmother, all that stuff. And I was like, this is coming from people who want to turn mother into birthing person, or, well, men can have babies too, Dave. You know that.
Of course. I watch Netflix.
You're one of the few. So, Dave, on the 9:30, the original timestamp we went to, there's a mirrored number in the blue, the 616, and this leads back to more recent times. But you'll also you can see a 411 confirm on it too, but it's not as strong. So I don't know if it's waning or not.
Which
But
one is this, bud?
616 in the blue. I always pay attention to the mirrored numbers specifically.
Right here on 9/30.
And so that's January 27th, 2018. And it's was posted 3 times. And it says, at Jack ain't in cuffs yet and still trying to control the narrative. Too bad he was taking money and profiting from the people tied to the executive order. Goodbye, at Jack. This came from outside of Twitter. Then Q responds, submission complete. Now, if you've noticed, Jack has been a big supporter of Elon. Like he's coming back saying, "Oh, you know, that's the way I wanted to run it too, but the board wouldn't let me." You know, with free speech and all. So I thought that was significant. And you have a kind of a, it's not a stretch, but it's not as strong as the other timestamps. As 137, you have a 4 and 11 there, but you have 1 + 3 is 4, and then 1 + 3 + 7 is 4, or is 11. So you got 411 again.
Yep. I like it. And Jack started with challenging the board, and then he went full on Musk. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he kind of set that up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, didn't it kind of stick in your craw when you started hearing how he was Mr. Free Speech too?
Yeah.
You know, Elon's a great guy. I love what he's going to do with the company that I screwed up.
Yep.
So I thought that was relevant to the timing of everything.
Absolutely. The timing, you can't just ignore those kind of coincidences, right?
No.
And then 144 was the length of time of Hillary speech that was posted. You want to share that? Do you have that?
Mike, hold on, Mike. I'm having computer problems.
I can do it. This was 144, which is kind of a indirect mirror of 11.4, right? Kind of a right, and so and then you have 411, which is if you take the last 4, and then November 411, and then you have okay, so no, none there. Patriots don't sleep. By the way, thank you all for praying for my sleep last night, and I was able to actually sleep through the night. I have not been able to do that, but Patriots don't sleep. 40,000 foot view necessary to understand U.S. Saudi Arabia global events. Saudi Arabia again cutting her purse strings. That's why her speech on that tweet, which we know the white hats control, was 144, not 145, and pointing us in the direction of Saudi Arabia and these global events. Paint the picture, decrease altitude. We will not fly that high again. So they get very much more specific. Higher the altitude, greater the risk of conspiracy. I think conspiracy ST. Is that conspiracy stigma? I forget.
I think it's conspiracy street.
Let's see if they have ST. I can't remember if they have it here or not. But let's go to. Nope, they don't have it. I remember looking for this before. Okay. So, but we know SA is Saudi Arabia. And so back to this. So Many will not swallow. What is no such agency? Q Group. Who has clearance to full picture? Important. SIS is good. Special, what is that? Special Intelligence Service, I believe, is SIS. And I want to just confirm that. Because I believe we have SIS here. And Secret Intelligence Service, commonly known as MI6, United Kingdom, or Signal Intelligence Service, which was a U.S. Army code-breaking division, 1927 to 1942. What are we doing with the Q drops, my friends? We are code-breaking, if you will, right? What are we doing to Hillary's tweet right now? She is speaking in code. The narrative is in that they are showing us is in code, and we are breaking that code. 1927 to 1942 is when SIS was around. Let me take you back to the drop here. Admiral Rogers, okay. By the way, he's on either side, inside, the same plus signs that I don't think it's relevant. It could be relevant here because it's putting him inside Saudi Arabia. Because if you take the the three pluses that we've already been at many times, and we know Q has told us three pluses is Saudi Arabia. It looks like Admiral Rogers is inside Saudi Arabia here. This is the first time I've really thought that way, Todd. Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was looking at that too. I hadn't really come to a determination.
Okay. So what agency is at war? And the fact that Saudi Arabia is mentioned up here, and it's going to be mentioned here again in this drop, that also leads me to believe that. What agency is at war with clowns in America? We believe the NSA, which is Admiral Rogers. How does POTUS shift narrative? New age of enlightenment. 80% covert, 20% public. I was just talking about this last night. What has occurred over the TH in kill brackets last several months? See info leaks, operations, think Saudi Arabia, plus question mark, and then outside question mark. CNN sale. Look at CNN in the news, CNN Plus, and how poorly CNN is doing right now. What companies receive large cash injections by clowns in America? Public, that would be CNN. Companies like Alphabet, companies like Amazon, which got the cloud computing contract for the CIA at the tune of $640 million. And then he just went and spent 340, I believe. Those numbers are a little off. Don't quote me directly on those, but that's he paid, I think, 340 for WAPO. Why? Who does it hurt? I in kill brackets. We'll come back to that later. Who controls the MSM? Primary objective from beginning. POTUS discredit MSM. Why is this relevant? How is information transmitted? How are people informed? Why was Sarah A. Carter attacked? Hack attempt? Why was Operation Mockingbird repeated? I was just talking about Mockingbird last night. Why was Jason Bourne's CIA dream repeated? Think social media platforms. Who are the wizards and social media platforms are, number one on the tips of people's tongues, especially given the fact that Trump won't go back to Twitter, but he posted on Truth Social today. Who are in social media, Truth Social? Who are the wizards and warlocks? What council do the wizards and warlocks control? Think Snowden, inside terms dropped. Alice in Wonderland, understood. Snow White understood Iron Eagle, Godfather 3, Speed, everything has meaning. Disney is a distraction. Look at Disney in the news today, right? Senate and Congress equals puppets, not all, power shift, for God and country, for humanity, Geronimo Q. And if you follow the brackets, okay, U.S. inside the kill brackets, this is a message again. The code breaking, which we are doing. U.S. risk this th, okay, is this week this week, okay, U.S. risk this week. And then in kill brackets here, God and country. U.S. risk this week. And we were taken there by a warmongering woman who sold more weapons as Secretary of State than any previous Secretary of State. I believe all Secretary of States combined, praising another Secretary of State warmonger, Madeleine Albright, who justified the murder of 500,000 Iraqi children. And Hillary is trying to tell us what a great woman she is because she would light up every time she talked about children. Light up, you mean like light them up, like bomb the shit out of them and kill them? There are no coincidences, my friends. Todd, where did you go from here, and any thoughts on that particular drop?
I think there's a lot of things that pertain to things that are happening today, like the CNN sale possibility because of they're doing so poorly. The C info leaks, that I believe in today's terminology is referring to the Clinton info leaks, where now we're hearing about what's happening in the, we had the leaks that came out of the Durham report.
Yes. Yeah.
How does POTUS shift narrative? I believe new Age of Enlightenment. I think that might refer to Truth Social. POTUS has got his own platform now, and also we're supposed to have a new Twitter, through Elon.
Yep.
As they refer to down later, they talk about social media platforms. I think in referring to Disney as a distraction, I mean, that to me, with Disney so prominent in the, in Florida, getting basically their own little government broken up.
Yeah.
Basically Q's saying don't spend a lot of time on that. I think that's going to be taken care of. And that was a CIA op also. What I did from there, let me see. I'm trying to get to the other connectors. I have other. I know what I did off of that one, Dave. Excuse me. Okay, we're in that same drop, Dave, where it says who has clearance to full picture.
Yes.
Last night we were in the Q clearance Patriot.
Oh yeah.
And that's where I went. I put Q clearance in the toolbar and searched. And it gives you 48 and 34.
Yep. Go ahead with 48. Do you have it in front of you?
Okay. Now this speaks to things happening today too, very specifically. 48. This is November 2nd, 2017, and also, Dave, you have the 144 confirmation in the timestamp.
Yes, you do.
That's
And
the duration of the video.
Let me drop this down because it's I have the date blocking it. There you go. Brilliant. Awesome.
So that proves we're on the right track.
Absolutely.
It says, what is Q clearance? What hint does that explicitly refer to? DOE? Who would have the goods on uranium one? Does stating Q refer that person works in DOE? No. Does it refer that... What are you laughing at? Does it refer that someone dropping such information has the highest level of security within all departments? Why is this relevant? Then it says May 2010, BO. This is a quote from him. Russia should be viewed as a friendly partner under Section 123 of the Atomic Energy Act of 1954 after agreeing to a new nuclear weapons reduction deal and helping U.S. with Iran. Who is the enemy? What is being continually stated by all Ds? Russia is what? What did the Russia reset really provide? Clearance pathway to complete the Uranium One deal? Why is the Canadian Prime Minister so important? They never thought they were going to lose. The calm before the storm. So that's another reference back to the start where Hillary Clinton, we were sent right here and confirmed by the 144 timestamp, which was the duration of the video.
Yes, absolutely.
But
absolutely.
This says a lot about what's going on today because of BO saying Russia should be viewed as a friendly partner. And now, just today, what are they all talking about? Possible nuclear war with Russia?
Yep. And we gave them uranium.
Right.
I mean, Hillary,
25%.
Obama,
25%.
and Trudeau gave them uranium.
And then it says, after agreeing to a new nuclear weapons reduction deal and helping us with helping U.S. with Iran. Okay, where are we on that? We're still begging Russia to help us with that, right?
With what?
And if this was all true, Dave, you know what just happened this morning? We had a prisoner exchange.
I didn't see that. What was done?
There was a U.S. Marine that was returned to U.S. soil that had been held captive for multiple years in Russia.
Okay. I did not miss that.
So there have been statements that Russia will not pick up the phone when Biden calls, right?
Yeah.
So
Trevor
how?
Reed.
Yes. I'm sorry, I forgot his name. That's bad on me. But okay, so they're negotiating an Iran deal with us. They're negotiating to have prisoners sent back here. We're opening up pipelines for them to pump natural gas and oil to Europe. This just doesn't make sense. And then he turns around, Biden turns around and says he's a crazy man and all this other stuff. Well, why are you having a crazy man, this crazy dictator negotiate, or his team negotiate for you?
Yeah.
And how are they in communication if Putin won't take his call? To me, it just says somebody else is communicating with Putin.
Yeah.
And I think that person lives south of here.
Who could that be? Who could that be? I know you're giving me a hint.
Some days silver hair, some days gold.
Yeah. Wow. That's this prisoner exchange, you're spot on. He's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. Dude, how about that wasn't that whole thing seemingly CGI?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
it's
Well,
just
Dave, I don't want to bore everybody with every CGI or deep fake I see, because I
don't
would tell
say
you.
those words, dude. That's
Don't
what got
say
you
that.
thrown off
saying it.
Twitter.
Oh my gosh.
I'm saying it.
You're gonna blow up the show.
Yeah.
I'm taking y'all out with me.
Jerry,
I got truth bombs strapped to my body, and I'll let them go.
Yeah. Jerry, we checked out Elon's mom last night. We did a little bit on that. Yeah. Michelle says only Tesla would say that. Only Tesla.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a good thing? Anyway, so the other thing, Dave, is I did find where I went. I think that I inverted the 93 to 39. Did we read that yet?
No, we have not inverted. And by the way, just to let everybody know, that 34 is Q Clearance Patriot, and we read that last night, and that basically that brings up the 11.3 upon the arrest announcement of Mr. Podesta, actionable 11.4. But there was also 11.3 on Huma, but this basically tells us everything that's going on, temporary military controlled on POTUS's order, and that and they're telling us don't worry about it. Emergency broadcast system during this time to direct message. So it basically lays out how it's all going to go down. So go ahead. So you wanted to go to 93. You wanted to mirror that to 39. And
Yes.
So going down to 39. Hold on here.
And then, Dave, the last one that we need to go to is 22, which is dropping the 0 on 220.
220, right. Okay. Okay. All right. That takes us down to go ahead.
I think this ties with the one that the 144 pretty well because it talks about the picture. This is from November 2nd. This is Q's book, as related to the same time as the revelation of Huma's book on November 2nd.
Yeah.
Would it blow your mind if I told you BO has been to North Korea and perhaps there now? Why did his administration do little to slow their nuclear and missile capabilities? Who feeds North Korea with strategic intel? Iran? Okay, here we're back to Iran.
Mm-hmm.
But I want you to see the missing I in missile?
Yes. Yep.
This is the missing I one. Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
He spells it MISSLE.
Yes. And there was also an I in kill brackets in that code that we just went through.
Yeah. It says, who feeds North Korea with strategic intel? Iran. What deal was done with Iran under BO? Why was the deal sealed under a top secret classification? Why wasn't Congress notified? Why, after BO left office, all of a sudden North Korea has nukes and the tech to miniaturize for payload delivery within the U.S.? What about NSA, CIA, DI, etc., all confirming tech won't be in place for 5+ years, statements made in 2016? Why is all of this relevant, and what does it tell you? Big picture is rare. Okay, so that's the missing I.
Just on the NSA CIA, basically to confirm what they're saying is that North Korea, their technology won't be in place for 5+ years, and these statements were made in 2016. So going into 2021, they were.
Yes. But Dave, I've confirmed this whole thing by mirroring 441. Drop 144. Go to 441.
Okay. Here's 144.
Now we just came from the drop with the missing eye, right?
Yeah.
And
441.
this also plays with the same numbers as the 11-4, the 1 and 4 combos.
Right here. Yep.
And so this was December 23rd, 2017. This was 2 days before Christmas. And it was posted 3 different times, and also has a 144 original timestamp.
Yeah, right there. And the timestamp up above brings us to 1-4. There's a 4, a 1, 11-4 in both these up there, and then the 144.
So now this is where it confirms we were in the right area, Dave.
Yep.
What rocket fired today?
Yep.
Eye.
There's your eye, the missing eye.
Bracket. Message sent.
Beautiful, man.
Iridium.
And that was the missile. We're spot on.
It says future news will unlock more of the message. Missing eye confirmed.
Wow. Dude, that's amazing. Beautiful. Incredible, man.
How cool is that, huh?
That's really cool. Missing eye confirmed. Future news will unlock more of the message. What rocket fired today? The December 23rd, 2017, Iridium, right?
Yep.
Iridium was low orbit satellites that you could use your phone wherever you go. But let me pull this up. Iridium rocket fired December 23rd. And it was SpaceX. It was Musk, folks.
Yep.
That's what we're coming back to. What rocket fired today? Message sent. Iridium. Future news will unlock more of the message. That future news is Musk. Unlocking more of the message, both on Twitter. Okay, releasing the censorship, and also unlocking more of the missile missing eye confirmed. This is, and then that's a space rocket. X rocket dazzles in California sky as it transports 10 satellites into space. Falcon 9 booster lifted off from coastal Vandenberg Air Force Base. Yep. And there it is. I remember that. That was a weird looking thing here. Let's watch it.
Times right now.
And he
Go to
tweeted
Twitter.
it.
Go to Twitter.
I don't know
This
how
is
to
Musk's
use Twitter.
tweet.
Are you calling my mom?
This?
This is the only.
Uh-oh.
Times right now. Go to Twitter. Go to Twitter.
I don't know how to use Twitter.
Okay, are you
calling my mom?
Go to Twitter. Go to Twitter. I don't know how to use Twitter.
Times right now. Go to Twitter. Go to Twitter.
I don't know how to use Twitter.
Okay, are you
calling my mom?
this?
This is the only.
I probably need to close down some stuff here. Yeah, I had too much open. Yeah, that's badass, buddy.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah. Yeah, really awesome. Well done.
So that's all I got for tonight.
That's it?
Well, I got a lot more, but I don't. I think there's a lot more news that you need to get out.
Yeah. Yeah. Not a
Besides,
lot.
I gotta save a little slice of this. So I mean, I know what's going to happen, but I don't want to tell everybody.
You're awful.
Okay. Hey,
Isn't that awful, Dave?
hey, dude, I'm gonna mute us. Just tell me, just you and I.
Hey, Dave, we're coming up close. It's almost 11:40, so I think I got to get off.
Ah, nice. Well done. Well played, 114. Well played. We're not going to call you Tesla anymore. We're going to call you 114.
Oh man, no, I don't want the numbers.
411.
That's like, somebody else has got numbers and you don't like them. So
It's the reverse of information.
Everybody's
Yes.
saying not fair. Big
Exactly.
teams.
Well, tune in next Monday, and I'll tell you exactly what's going to happen.
And bring your friends, because we only have 1,600 people in right now.
Yeah, we need way more than that.
Lot more.
That's ridiculous. You guys aren't even trying, or are you trying to keep it secret so you know?
Yeah, we're the best censored secret on the internet.
Remember when we used to have 3,500 people live, Dave?
Yeah, and then we were hosed by we were neutered.
Remote viewer. Todd's
Yeah.
code name Uno Quattro.
That's good.
You started talking about deep fakes, and we got crushed.
Hey, you just said it again. I can
Stop
say it.
Oh, yeah, that's because I already know you got us kicked off, so I'm not worried about it.
I know I did. I have truth
wow.
bombs strapped to me, and I'll use them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, my friend, that's some great stuff. Here's the thing. U.S. at risk this week. We've seen that a couple times before, but we're also we're just we're getting closer. We're closer to the end than we are at the beginning, and that's really all we need to be really focused on is that, and that it's coming, and we just have to keep moving forward. We have to keep moving forward. Yeah.
Yep. There's no going back now. We're too awake. We know what's going on.
Yep.
Dave. There's no way it's accidentally connecting and saying, "Oh, there's a missile with a missing eye," and then I go to the next drop and it says, "Oh,
No.
Here's the eye you were looking
Yeah.
for."
Yeah.
Come on.
Out of 6,000 drops, right? Yeah. Yeah. That's going to happen,
Posted on Truth.
right?
Dave, I was just going to ask Dan to tweet or post so we could continue a little bit and have some fun. So hopefully he tweets.
He posted on the Truth, is what Christy said.
Well, that doesn't have a timestamp.
Well, here is the timestamp of that Kimmy Player found on Twitter, and Vincent Kennedy retweeted that it was 5:29 when he did it. 5:29 when he posted on Truth Social, and so going into the drops of 5:29, we have number 17 in the blue. Okay. And if you read, "Be ready, MSM coming big way. We see all, we hear all. Fight, fight, fight. Conspiracy push coming. MSM lost control. Dems lost slave grip. Dems lost center voters. Libs are minority. MSM projects projects as big movement. Fake news. 4 to 6% lost forever. Hello, George. I just talked about that yesterday. I wrote something, well, to myself, and so I can prove it. And I wrote "Hello, George" because I felt like this is happening. This is coming very soon. That we're going to find out how fake that whole thing was.
And the 529, Dave, is the reverse Dolly Parton.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. Working 529. That's more like you. That's your work schedule.
5 a.m. to 9 p.m.
No. Yeah, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m.
I wish.
No, more like 5 to 9. You're right. And then number 17, right? Confirming right there. This was, President Trump's first post on Truth Social, and he picks one that is very much because the stuff that Musk is going to release, the things that he's going to find out, is the fact that that libs are the minority, but on Twitter they look like they're at least half the minority, right? I'm sorry, half the total population. So let's go to 925. Some of the Sneds are saying that as well.
Yeah.
And I'm also going to go to 17. 925, March 10th, 2018. How do we know that one? We were just at March 10th. Because it talked about Trump's tweet.
Yep.
This is not about religions or party affiliation. Evil is everywhere. There are no drawn lines, no boundaries, good versus evil. Very, very clear. Very, very clear about that. And then 17 also takes us to Facebook. Here, well, let me take you down. 1137 is April 12th, 2018. You'll see the 17 down below. And asking Q to confirm 17. I posted this at the end of the last thread. I asked Q yesterday for the 17 confirmation. Right? That's where we're at. I was out earlier, saw Q's post about the Q being 17. I did not have my graphics with me to reply, Keck. I asked Q to confirm the 17 yesterday. A few Anons gave me crap, was saying the 17 was for the year 2017 when those teams won. Confirmation was asked for and received, Keck. If anyone wants this graphic, or go to the links and make one. I was also one of the Anons that asked Q to have Trump tweet "Wonderful Day" last November. Keck. Q replies, Facebook, Building 8, China, Q. Q, can you double confirm the number 17 was regarding the jerseys when I asked yesterday for confirmation? Anons are bringing up every other 17 under the sun. Keck. Alan, welcome aboard plane 17. Talk about a confirmation of President Trump tweeting at 5:29, leading us to 5:29, which in the blue has 17, taking us all the way down this pathway. Do you believe? Let's talk about Alan for a second. For initially, we thought maybe it was Alan Perot. But excuse me.
Oh, is that the guy that talked like this and did a lot of pie charts, Dave?
No, that was Ross Perot.
Let's don't bash Ross.
Come on.
Oh, dude, that was gold.
Wasn't that great?
Speaking of gold, freaking, talk to Todd about some Patriot silver. So at any rate, the that was hilarious. Alan Parrott or Perot, who was the guy who exposed that the SEAL Team 6 was murdered by our U.S. government, by the Hillary Clinton State Department, because they knew that they didn't actually capture bin Laden and kill him, and they were annihilated for that. But he spelled it Allen, I believe, and he's the Falcon trainer who worked for the bin Ladens. So this again another Saudi Arabia connection, because the royalty in Saudi Arabia, they're big on falconing, hunting with falcons. But Allen is a different spelling, and Allen was yeah, we don't know. We're not sure. But anybody that has could be Dershowitz, Alan Dershowitz, Barbara. Yeah, I voted for Perot as well.
Hey, Dave.
Alan, welcome aboard plane 17. That could be pointing to Alan Dershowitz and Lolita Express, which he wrote on many times, and also defended what's his name? Epstein. Yeah, Todd.
Dan Scavino just truthed 4 fires, like when you say something is on fire.
Yeah.
4 fires on Truth Social.
Yeah.
And he did that at 12:08 Eastern. So I looked that timestamp up. You might want to look at 12:08.
12:08 and 128. 12:08. Over the target. Expand further. Wendy. That was the first Q drop I took you to earlier tonight. That was that little girl pictured with Obama.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wendy Hussein.
Yeah. Mac. Allison Mack, who was basically the Ghislaine Maxwell for to attract people into the cult, the Nexium, and introduce young girls to prominent men and young boys, as we saw with Adam Schiff. AS is Adam Schiff. And then it took us to this. And we just got back from Alan, welcome aboard, and this is a plane crash. I'm sorry. Welcome aboard. West Hollywood's Mariah Sunshine Coogan identified as victim of Scottsdale plane crash.
Now, do you want another 11-4 confirmation, buddy?
Yeah.
Look in the blue.
Wow. 11-2-2. Wow.
There you have it.
Holy shit.
Hey, Dave, what does 1, 2, and 8 add up to? Is that 11?
Yeah.
And then January, February, March, April.
4.
Wow.
Holy
11,
shit.
4.
4-11. Wow. Hold on. Yes. They're going to change who's sentencing. That just came out? Holy shit. Wow. Huge. All the way down. Go to 9. Okay, guys, this is Christy. She's taking us Keith Rainier, who's the head of Nexium. They just shortened his sentence today. The FBI screwed up the evidence, and so they have to lessen his sentence.
Of course they did.
Go to 9. Page 9 or the number 9. Per the expert report of a former FBI special agent and forensic expert, computer images and photographs used by the government to convict Mr. Rainier, who was the head of Nexium, which Allison Mack was a part of, and all these people were connected to, at jury trial were materially altered when in FBI custody. Exhibit A. You've got to be kidding me. Affidavit of Dr. James Richard Kipfer, Kuiper, PhD, State of Florida, County of Leon, comes now. Kuiper, PhD, being first duly sworn under oath, and states that the contents of the following attached reports, including their appendices and exhibits, are true and correct statements of relevant facts in his opinions in this case of United States versus Keith Rainier in the United States District Court, Eastern District of New York, to the best of his knowledge and behalf, summary of technical findings, process findings, analysis of testimony of Special Agent Christopher Mills, expert opinion regarding time to review digital evidence, signature. Who is this? This is Kuiper. Shannon Street, Tallahassee, Florida, subscribed and sworn to. James Kuiper, had it notarized by Michael Jordan, the GOAT. Notarized it. Impressive. Summary of technical findings. Professional background, FBI special agent for 20 years, 99 to 2019, with more than half that career in cybersecurity and digital forensic. Examiner. Review of evidence. I signed the protective order regarding discovery in U.S. versus Rainier. Access to certain evidence in this case. My review of evidence includes court testimony, a hard drive copy of logical files, and examination reports generated by members of the FBI's Computer Analysis Response Team, CART. Based on my review, I discovered specific actions that were taken to manually alter the evidence in support of the government's narrative that photos were taken by a Canon EOS 20D camera, saved to a Lexar card, copied to an unknown computer, and then backed up to Western Digital hard disk drive. Very specific. In this report, I'll refer to the latter two items. In my 20 years serving as an FBI agent, I have never observed or claimed that an FBI employee tampered with evidence, digital or otherwise. But in this case, I strongly believe the multiple intentional alterations to the digital information I have discovered constitute evidence manipulation. And when so many human-generated alterations happen to align with the government's narrative, I believe any reasonable person would conclude that evidence tampering had taken place. My analysis demonstrates that some of these alterations definitely took place while the devices were in the custody of the FBI. Therefore, in the absence of any other plausible explanation, it is my expert opinion that the FBI must have been involved in this evidence tampering. Wow. Key findings. Digital photo files found on the CF card. This is the Lexar CF card not Clinton Foundation, had the same file names and date timestamps as their supposed backups on the Western Digital hard drive, yet they depicted two different people. Moreover, these same card files contain thumbnail pictures from another existing set of photos, thus proving manual alteration of the contents. Wow. So, an unknown person accessed the CF card on 9/19/18, thereby altering file system dates while it was in the custody of FBI Special Agent Michael Lever. Interesting.
Oh boy. Hey, how do you spell that last name, Dave? We got to check the drops and see if he's in there. I think I've heard that name.
Lever. Lever.
Michael Lever.
Yeah.
Boy, it seems like I've heard that before.
Bye. Great job. All right. That was Christy bringing it. Awesome. So, wow. So, man, where are we at? Here we go. Dates of the photos were altered through manual intervention. The alteration seemed to be an attempt to account for daylight saving time. The metadata of a modified photo, whose numbered file name appears between the alleged contraband ranges, was manually altered to create the appearance that it had not been modified. Wow. So basically, this guy is proving not just that, you know, these have been doctored, but actually bringing the receipts. Wow. This is unbelievable. This guy's guilty as the day is long. And by doctoring this evidence, that's going to shorten his Michael Lever checked out these items from evidence control on 9/19/2018 and returned them on 9/26/2018. S.A. Lever recorded his purpose for accepting custody as evidence review. Therefore, S.A. Lever is most likely the person who accessed the CF card without a write blocker. As I explained in my process findings report, this unauthorized access not only changed the evidence, but it also violated FBI digital evidence handling policy. Wow. Any luck with Lever?
Yeah, I'm looking up. I just put in Lever, and there's a relevance to. If you go to drop 3836, it talks about everything that's happening today.
3836. And how did we get there? Through Lever?
Lever. It actually
leverage.
picks up leverage.
Yeah.
But if you read that, it reads like today's newspaper.
Wow. U.S. political corruption in Ukraine. U.S. political corruption, China, Russia, Iran. Common denominator, China, Russia, and Iran. Closed financial systems. Logical thinking. Holy shit. Hussein, White House, Ukraine. Which bank? U.S. aid, Ukraine. Worldwide aid, Ukraine. Think Uranium One. Sale of U.S. uranium to Russia. Sold out U.S. to benefit Russia for personal financial gain. Risked U.S. national security for personal financial gain. How about U.S. At risk this week?
Yep.
How was payment made to U.S. persons? Think Ukraine, think Iran, Russia and Iran allies, Russia, Iran, and China allies. Think HRC Russia reset statement. Holy shit, Todd. This was like a recap of our evening.
Yeah.
Think Hussein, I'll have more flexibility after the election. Hot mic. By the way, Q knows that when we research Lever, leverage is going to come up.
Yeah.
This is how well thought out and well strategized the drops are. I posted an article regarding Michael Lever above, remote viewer. Let me check that out. I see it, buddy. Thank you. Let me see if I can get that off the dashboard. Let me do this here.
I mean, levers, that's crazy. It's all over the place, and it's all relevant.
Yeah, this is unbelievable.
When you control the levers of news dissemination, you control the narrative. Control of the narrative equals power. When you are blind, what do you see? They want you divided by religion, sex, political affiliation, class.
This is the it's just taken me to a picture of evidence gathering.
Wow.
Let me see which one he is.
Then post 2538, Dave. It almost gives a timeline.
This looks like Lever right here. I think this is Lever right here. He's about to pick up this computer and put it in his back seat. And this is him here.
Wow.
Maybe, is that the same guy? I think so. Michael Lever Twitter. No, it doesn't look like the same guy. Let me see. Let me make
Dave,
sure.
Check out 2538.
Okay, hold on. Let me just find out which one this guy is. Can't even find a picture of him. One more time. Yeah, it's tough to. This is the only Michael Lever at Michael Lever Twitter. 12 followers. 12. That takes us back to Hillary's. But I don't know if this guy is the guy we think he is. Okay. So, all right, I'm going to go back to the drops, buddy. Where do you want me to go?
Wow. Specifically to 2538.
I'm there. Go ahead.
All right. DOJ policy does not discuss ongoing investigations. Majority of leaks by them serve to their benefit. Some do not. Some are designed to provide the public with a glimpse into the shadows. Glimpse. Leverage. Leverage. Panic. Panic. Rats. Dark to light.
Nice. Yeah, I mean,
and then we got an upcoming Delta.
Dude, this Kofif is going to bring. It's designed for them, the woke, to implicate themselves. Go ahead. What were you saying?
1320 is also good because it could be talking about today. And there's a 411 in it. It says, today evil lost control, leverage of Iran. Today POTUS took control of Iran.
Mm-hmm.
Today, with pending sanctions and military actions, POTUS will gain more ammunition, intel against them. Suicide watch. The deal kept Iran quiet. The goal was to keep POTUS in until impeachment term end. Bigger than people can imagine. Treason is 1/10. Ask yourself, why are they panicking? Ask yourself, why is UK, France, and Germany so involved? Trips to the White House. We just talked about who was in the White House. Hunter's business partner.
Right. Yesterday we were talking about his business partner at was it Seneca? Rosemont Seneca?
Rosemont Seneca.
Yeah.
What are they hiding? Why is HRC in New Zealand? Is New Zealand part of Five Eyes? Why is that relevant? Suicide watch? Q.
2 suicide watches. By the way, what do you take treason is 1/10 to mean?
Treason is 1/10. Oh.
You want me to start? Because I had a head start. I was thinking about it. That basically they've all committed treason, but that's only 1/10 of what they've done. Like treason to most is like the worst thing you can do. But what they've done is treason is like, that's like they cross the street to murder somebody. Treason is jaywalking. And why? Why would that be? Well, because look where we were with Hussein and Wendy, the child trafficking, Allison Mack, Nexium, Rainier. So much so they had to protect Rainier by doctoring evidence that didn't need to be doctored because he was guilty. People testified against him. The Bronfmans, they were guilty. And they're the Seagram family. They're billionaires. And 2 of them went down. But now that may be, expunged or reversed because this guy doctored evidence. That's how they do this. That's how they get away with this shit. 68 was in the blue there, Todd. What data just dropped? Why is this relevant? Huma. Where is Huma? Who is Huma connected to? What organization? What is Huma's family history? How did Huma meet HRC? What did HRC say about Huma that demonstrates how close they are? Why are Ds dropping HRC all of a sudden? Were deals made with select Ds? Can we expose every crooked politician? 70%. Huma, follow Huma, Alice, and Wonderland. Wonderland is Saudi Arabia. Alice is both HRC and the supercomputer. And follow Huma is Harvard University Muslim Association, also Huma Abedin. 70% is what Q has predicted will fall in D.C. 70% of all elected officials in D.C. will fall. Also, where's Huma? Also, where is HRC? They go hand in hand. That was November 3rd, 2017.
Dave, that lever is huge. 427 and 430, but 427 in particular. Wow. It goes back to what we just talked about. $427. We just talked about this. It says, Q just said this. How did North Korea suddenly have miniaturized nukes upon POTUS taking office? What was stated during Hussein's term by agencies? How did North Korea suddenly obtain missile guidance cap? No I. What is leverage? Define hostage. Their last hope. Q. And then down below it says, why is the eye missing? Is that 5 eyes that are missing?
Interesting. Well, Five Eyes is right across the street here on 1320. Is New Zealand part of Five Eyes?
Did you go to 430?
No.
Try
But
430. Also, I wanted to point out on that 427.
yeah.
I saw 11.4 somewhere, but maybe it was on this one. Anyway, we know they're 11.4 conference. It says.
Oh well, 20 and 17 is basically 8, 10. So 1, 0, and then 1, and then 0, 4. So 11.4.
Oh, it was 4 and then 5, 6, Dave, at the end. 104.56,
Yep.
411.
Yeah, but look at the other direction. 2 plus 1 plus 7 is 10. Then another 10, and then 4. Dropping the zeros, 11.4.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And 411.
So then 430. It
Here
says
it is.
why has EM provided big worldwide subsidies? No subsidies equal question mark. Clown contribution in exchange for access code. Why relevant? Amazon Echo, Google Home, clown contributions, Apple Face ID tech, Facebook Face ID tech, catching on, bombs away. We already knew this though. And then down below it says, what do clowns do with the access codes and tech? Who controls North Korea? Who really controls North Korea? What families are protected using leverage? Bank financial leverage. Nuke strike package leverage. Why is Iran protected?
Jesus.
Why is Iran funded by U.S.? What news about Iran broke? Drugs? What about weapons of mass destruction? Why did Brennan and others provide false intel regarding nuclear North Korea capability plus Iran tech, nuke device? Plate full, have faith. All that leverage.
Wow. By the way, EM, folks, is Elon Musk.
Yep.
Why has Elon Musk provided big worldwide subsidies? And by the way, let me go to Iridium rocket again, the Elon Musk SpaceX. What's that look like to you if it were a letter?
I can't see it.
It's the space rocket. There's
Oh, the one up in the air?
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked like a Q.
Yeah, it could be a Q, but to me it looks like an I.
Where
because it's like really hard here, and then there's the dot of the same color of this one.
Let me get to your. I want to see it again, but when I saw, let's see. I got to find you now. Where are you? Oh my God, there you are.
I'm trying to play this, and it's not playing here. Let me go to YouTube again.
It doesn't want me to see it.
Yeah. The Falcon.
Oh.
Ow.
Yeah, my knee.
How's it feeling?
Not good right now. I kind of had a bad position while I was doing good.
While I'm driving, watch.
There's the eye. Boom.
Hold on, I'm behind you.
Okay.
I'm seeing the driver. Oh yeah, from long. Yeah, the one that looks close looks almost like the Hebrew Q, like that light.
This guy is
right. To me, that's the missing lowercase I right there.
Yeah. Plus, it's got the star dot in it.
Yeah, exactly, right there.
Looks good to me.
Dude, this is crazy. This is crazy. Elon Musk. So, do we trust Elon Musk? Why has he provided big worldwide subsidies? No subsidies equals what would happen? He wouldn't succeed. Clown contribution in exchange for access code? Meaning, yeah, why relevant? Amazon Echo? Bezos? Google Home? Eric Schmidt? Clown contributions? Every single one of them. Apple Face ID tech, Tim Cook, Steve Jobs, FBI Face ID tech, Mark Zuckerberg. How about elections with Zuckerberg and Chan catching on? Bombs away, probably meaning Moab incoming. What do clowns do with the access codes and tech? Who controls North Korea? CIA. What families are protected using leverage? Bank financial leverage. Look at what we were talking about earlier with the guy who is exposing Deutsche Bank, okay, and how they use leverage. Nuke strike package leverage. Why is Iran protected? Why is Iran funded by the U.S.? Because of the Muslim Brotherhood infiltration by Huma and by her family and by Valerie Jarrett and by John Brennan, who is a Muslim and speaks fluent Farsi. What news about Iran broke? Drugs. What about WMDs? Why did Brennan, others provide false intel regarding North Korea capability and Iran tech nuke development? Plate full, have faith. Todd just read that to us about how they said back in 2016 that North Korea was 5 years away. How did they know? How did they know to a T? Wow.
Yeah. It's even getting crazier, Dave.
Yeah.
Type Musk into your search bar.
Into Q.
Yep.
Alan, welcome aboard Plane 17. I just was going back to that for a sec, but holy cow, let me go Musk.
There's only 2 that have just plain Musk in it.
Okay. 1545, probably going down the wrong road here, but Q post about sun, moon, etc. My God, we were just talking about that. The whole flat earth thing. Elon Musk, heat equals Tesla cars exploding. Moon, full moon, 627 or 28. Stars, Musk, birthday, 628. Missions, SpaceX launch, 629. Don't know if the dates mean anything other than pointing to Musk. We're all speculation at this point. Question. Anybody have info on Elon Musk? Seems to be Eric Schmidt versus Elon Musk regarding AI. This is Elon Musk's mother, May Musk, always giving Illuminati symbols. That looks like an eye. Okay. How about the missing eye, Todd, with the Illuminati?
Yep.
Behind the missile. Tesla cars exploding. Any info about who was killed in one or more of these? Links to anyone in cabal? This is an Anon asking, by the way.
Yeah.
Would Musk be someone who might testify about something? Fraud in the government, handouts for alternative energy? Anyone? Bueller?
Wow.
Q said message not for Anons. Don't know quite what Q meant here.
He's not going to tell you that because that's not
right
for public.
That's what it is. Yeah.
That's exactly right. I think the guy hit it right on the head.
Yep. Wow.
I wonder who was killed in those exploding cars.
Yeah. Christy, can you find out who was killed in those exploding cars, please? 212, November 23rd, 2017. 12:27. Just checking something here. Todd, 1545. Can you find a 411 in that?
1545.
Yeah. What's 1 + 5 + 5?
That's you're talking down below. Is that
no the 1545 drop? That we were just at.
Yeah, I did that earlier, but it didn't. I don't like mixing up, But yeah.
I mean, at this point,
right.
I don't care if it's 512. It's close enough. You know what I mean? 212. Holy shit! All the president's past tweets making that reference. Musk, you magnificent bastard. Q read your book. Q says, do you believe in coincidences? We got to read Musk's book.
Wow.
I got to see what, by the way, 2/12/41 and then November 11, 4/11. Just feels like more confirmation. 1505/65 is 11/11. 9 1505 10. Okay, let me go to I want to go to 211 to see what they were talking about before this one. 211 is North Korea _SpaceX Q. So North Korea was controlled by the CIA, and SpaceX maybe got their codes from CIA in North Korea. Very, very interesting. And then the president's tweets making that reference of North Korea, SpaceX. Man.
So you know how you were saying that I don't care if it's like 1411 or something like that?
Yeah.
So I went to 1411, and in the blue numbers, the first blue number is 141 or 144, right where we started, and it's Mandalay Bay, Las Vegas.
Oh man. And it's May 17th, 1411. 144 is in blue. Mandalay Bay, we were just talking about. I just did that post. Alaweed, and I also did, when I did the post in front of the Luxor, Mandalay Bay was behind me, and I talked about the shooting, the Vegas shooting.
And
Las Vegas remove.
You know, they were talking about the 40,000 foot view. We won't fly that high anymore.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a 40,000-foot
No.
view. That's a lower view.
It's lower.
That's painting the picture.
Yeah.
1411. So we need to do 1414. God. Seems like we've been down this 14 road before. Oh, geez. Okay, I'm done.
Message is sent. And then 144.
144 in the blue.
In the blue. We're done.
That's it. Dude, how did we do this shit?
Dude, I have no idea.
I'm out.
This is unbelievable. And we got, in the middle of all that, we went down the Rainier and oh my God.
It all ties together.
Wow.
It's a big spider web.
It's you know what? Here's the thing. And I've always thought about this. I want Q in 3 dimensions because what we're experiencing here is a 2-dimensional puzzle that Q has laid out for us through the supercomputing AI brain, autist brain. The pathway is like this and over and touching and this touch. It's like a big game of freaking Twister. Okay. One hand going over the other and the leg coming underneath. And it was like, and I just bought this, by the way, for my daughter for her party, and the Twister game, right? And old school spin, put your right hand on red, left hand on blue, literally right, red, left, blue.
Yeah, that was a blast.
Right. And this is like a 3-dimensional Twister game. And they're all connected in a way that tells a freaking story. And the story is being told to us so that we can follow along. And I've said this many times, and I'm going to say it again because it's so important for us to get this. Todd and I played basketball together in high school, and there were close games. And Coach Dorr called timeout. Come into the huddle, get our water. The managers bring us towels, water. We get in the huddle, and the 5 people that were in the game are in a circle, and the rest of the team behind, or the 5 on the bench and the rest of the team semicircle. And we'd go over the plays. We're going to run. Most of them were getting me the ball. But we'd go.
Yeah, they didn't run a lot of plays for Todd.
Yeah, but you made some great passes. And played good D, man. But only the people that needed to hear the play were in that huddle. We had our parents in the stands. We had our friends. Well, Todd didn't, but I did. And we had we had the scorekeeper that was rooting for us or whatever, the cheerleaders. They weren't in the huddle. Why? Because they didn't need to be in the huddle. Only need to know needed to be in the huddle. Q has called a huddle. And Q has laid out this framework and this communication of the playbook. If we weren't necessary in this spiritual war, this information war, this actual war, if you and I, were not necessary in this game, they wouldn't be telling us the things that they're telling us. What they are telling us is that all these things that have been happening for many, 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 many years and many generations are coming to an end. We are going to see that end. We not only are going to see that end, but you and I are necessary for this end to come about. Otherwise, Q wouldn't be telling us what he's telling us, what they're telling us. This military intelligence operation that got Trump to run and used Trump, the best of him, the worst of him, to convey this message and tell us about Hillary, tell us about Podesta, tell us about Huma, tell us about the Muslim Brotherhood, tell us about Saudi Arabia, the purse strings that were cut, the Rothschilds, Soros, the Brennan, all the intelligence operatives that all of our friends on the left were saying 17 intelligence agencies say that Trump colluded with Russia. No, they didn't. They did, but they were part of the collusion. They were leading us down the wrong path intentionally. They were lying to us, God forbid. Oh, that's just a conspiracy. How could all 17 intelligence agencies lie? Hello, first of all, that's what they do. Second of all, they've got a lot to cover up. They've got a lot to protect. And they don't have a choice because they're puppets in this game. They are pawns in this game of chess, played, moved by the Rothschilds, moved by Pindar, moved by the highest echelon of existence, of power on this planet that we don't even know their names. We don't even know their faces. They're like Christoph up in the dome, manipulating the Truman Show. But the difference is that Truman was the only one that didn't know what was going on, and everybody around him knew what was going on. That's a harder trick to play than one person that knows what's going on or a handful of people that knows what's going on and the masses do not. Because you only have to cast a few people for that story. Whereas with the Truman Show, you got to cast hundreds and thousands of people. But if you only let a few know, you only have to for the planet of 7 billion people, you might only need to cast a few thousand. Think about that. And those few thousand, how do you control them? You get them compromised. You get them having sex with children. You videotape it. You have pictures. You have audio. And you hold on to that and tuck it away. And if they ever get out of line, they either know that that's going to be exposed or they will die by suicide or by heart attack. By a heart attack gun that was built in 1975, was used in 1975 by DARPA and the CIA. Now they've got things that are a whole other level. They're manipulating us through our television screen, through our computer screen, through the 5G, through the jab. I got kicked off Twitter because I said the jab was not to help us from save us from the virus. It's to better communicate to 5G. Nuked off Twitter like that. Why? Why would somebody take something that absurd seriously? Why would somebody take what's going on here with Q so seriously as we read tonight in the drops? What's happening is the reality of the situation is that Q is real. The reality of the situation is Q is a military intelligence operation at a level that is almost inconceivable. Inconceivable.
I was going to say
Inconceivable.
Almost inconceivable.
It is inconceivable. It's inconceivable.
You sound like Mike Tyson.
No, I'm that dude in what do you call it? Princess Bride. Inconceivable. It's inconceivable.
Still Mike Tyson.
Yeah, it is a little bit. It is a little bit. All right. That was my Mike Tyson impersonation. So this is at a level, a 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional level that is there is nearly impossible to track, and it takes time. It's we've been doing this. I've been on for 4 hours. Todd, we've been doing this for 2 hours, at least 2.5 hours. I think it was 9. No, maybe it was 9:30, and he's sleeping. This is we are in the huddle. And the reason why we've been allowed in the huddle is because we are necessary for this to succeed. There's no other reason. Sure, people in the huddle might not be out on the court when the buzzer goes off, making that final play, but they just got me water. One of them just gave Todd a towel so he could wipe his brow. One was the assistant coach that made the suggestion to the head coach of what we might be able to run to win the game. One player in the huddle was encouraging us, saying, "You got this. We got this. We can win this game." We're all players in this game, and we all have a role to play, and it's up to us to decide what that role is. But this is real. This is a real war. This is real important information that we need to decode. This is not a game. This is not about how many followers we can get or how many likes we can get or how much money we can make.
Got that right.
We are the lowest paid people on the internet, period. The guy that lets his friends hit him in the nuts for a laugh gets paid more than we do. This is a mission that we have undertaken and that we are trying to sustain ourselves with. But the bottom line here is that this is not about any of that bullshit. This isn't about pretending to know what the fuck we're talking about. We don't. But what we're doing is we know Q, and we know that we're being communicated to, and we know that we have to decode the things that are being told to us because they're not going to come right out and say it. And how are these things? How is this information? Tomorrow's Delta is 1297, is signed by Q plus Trump. Tomorrow's Delta. Thank you, Rick. I'll check that out. How can we use this information to benefit us, to know where the landmines are, to know where we need to step, to know what we need to do, to give us real hope, to give us real power, ammunition in this information war? Oh my God. This is unbelievable. Rick, this is incredible. Tomorrow's Delta, Todd. I got to share this from Rick Duplantis. 1297, April 29. We're already there on the East Coast, Central Coast, or Central Coast. I'm tired.
I love it.
Hey, Lake Springfield, pal.
That's where I live, in the Central Coast. Actually, I live on the top of a mountain in the Central Coast area.
Exactly. April 29th, it was retweeted 3 times or reposted. Be careful who you are following. Some are profiting off of this movement. Some are building a big following off this movement, only then to retreat and go mainstream. Patriots make sacrifices, some the ultimate sacrifice. Patriots are selfless. Do they ask for monthly payments to remain patriots? Have we ever asked for a subscription? Have we ever asked for a monthly payment from any of you? Think logically. To some, it's only about the money. Those who would seek personal gain at the expense of others in this movement has an agenda. You decide. This is not a game. The only profit we should all be striving for is true freedom. God bless you all. Personal thank you to the BO, Bakers and Autists Anons, board operators, Bakers and Autists Anons who continually dedicate their time and energy to the great awakening. You are all patriots. The hard part is coming to an end. The next phase will bring justice. Q plus. Statements today needed to be made. Operators have died. They approached the field of battle without fear. They laid down their lives for you. They are selfless. They are fighting for our freedom. They fight unconditionally because they hold a core value, a value that we should all live in freedom. We honor them. We must do better to protect them. Where we go one, we go all. Q plus. President Trump. Patriots. And there you have it.
That's good. I read it already, but yeah, it was good. I looked ahead. I cheat all the time. That's how I know what's going to happen.
Yeah. But I didn't read ahead, and I was the one that was, talking about this exact
it's not
point.
A game.
Yeah.
It's not a game. Yeah, I know.
So to me, that's very poignant because I didn't read ahead. Now, I've read this post many times, but I didn't read it today. I didn't read it yesterday. I didn't read it this week. And the key word, yes, Jody, is justice. It's amazing, guys.
I agree. Well, I'm going to bug out here. I know you probably still have a little bit more to do.
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna go through it pretty quickly, but I'll cut you loose, man. Great stuff, man. Going down the continuing the great dive from yesterday, adding to mine, Christy dropping in the Rainier. Great stuff, man. This is I'm gonna watch this weekend. I don't know about you guys, but I'm gonna watch this show.
I think I'm gonna watch the one from was it last night?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna watch that one again.
Because I don't know I don't know how it sounds or turns out,
Yeah.
but I know I sound different than I think I sound.
Yeah.
I need to have my my voice tuned up.
Oh my God. Blech.
Yeah. Hey.
Well,
So,
all right, guys. Well, thanks. Great stuff. Love you.
I'd never make it on NPR.
No.
No.
You gotta have the breathing rate.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
All right.
Love you,
Great
man.
stuff.
Love you, Snedeheads. Get out of your
Bye,
foxholes.
Sneds. We love you.
Shit's
Yep.
going down. Be ready for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Good
All
night,
right,
brother.
guys. Love you. Good night. Be well.
Love you. Good night.
See ya. Wow. Back to back bombs of shows. Talk about Moabs. It's they're dropping, my friends. Yeah. And we need to really understand two things. We need to understand that we are not alone in this fight. That we have this community. We have other patriots that know what's at stake here, and also that we're not alone in this fight from those in extreme power. And that's when it feels really daunting, is when we feel like, even though we have friends, we have a community, that we don't have the power to follow through on the things that we know to be important. And so it's I think that it's so important to us. It's important to us, for us to understand that they cannot do it without us, and we cannot do it without them. And that is why where we go one, we go all. Because if we get this concept, if we get the concept of where we go one, we go all, which was on the bell of President John F. Kennedy's boat, where we go one, we go all, also in White Squall, which has been mentioned in the Q drops. If you really get this, and even though the play is called for me to get the ball and shoot and score and win the game, where we go one, we go all. If we go into that, and if we get onto that, and we get behind that play, there's no stopping us. I've said this since 940, 50 shows ago. The revolution is not out there. It's in here. And if we get that, if we really understand that the revolution begins with us, we choose what we will do. We choose to not comply. We choose to expose these people. We choose to stand arm in arm, hand in hand, and stand up against the evil cabal that has enslaved humanity for generations. There is nothing that can stop the truth that is exposed by those who seek it. Once it's out, it's out. And we have it. We are on the right side of history. In literally the most important time in human history. And you got people out there playing fucking games. Outside comms, intel. Folks, be careful you follow. Challenge everything, question everything, including me. This is nobody does shows this long. Nobody goes into Q like we do. Tesla's got a knack for this. He was born for this stuff. I was born for this stuff. I've been following Q since day 2. And you got people out there that are trying to discredit Q, trying to say it's a LARP. Those people are lazy. They haven't chosen to spend the real time it takes to really understand how significant this is, how important this information really is. It's not about pretending to know what the hell we're doing. It's about really knowing what we're doing, really digging into what we're doing, and really becoming experts at discernment. That's all I wish for you, is to become an expert at discernment. I would not trade the 1,235 people that are in this shed, this studio right now together for 12,000, 120,000, 1.2 million people that are moths flocking to a light that will quickly burn out and leave them in the dark. This audience is one of the most loyal, beautiful, loving, intelligent, discerning group of people that I could ever imagine being around. And we're going to be around for a long time. This just happened to come in the mail today from a Snedehead. I lost my daughter. I'm sorry. I lost my daughter's grandfather on April 4th. And look what one of you beautiful people sent me. It's a rosary with my mother. And I don't know where she got that picture of my mother. And there's my father. Look at that. I just got to read you this. It's a little dark in here. Dear Dave, hello. My name is Shannon Rosbowski. My husband Rich and I are fellow Snedeheads. We watch your show every night. We love you so much, and we are both so grateful for what you, Cindy, and Todd do for us. The time you give to us all in fighting this spiritual war. I am so glad we are in this together, learning and awakening. We are so sorry about the passing of your beautiful father. We are praying for you and your family. I made you these rosaries in memory of your mother and father. These are car rosaries, but please feel free to hang them wherever you'd like or carry them with you as a reminder that they're always with you. Signs are everywhere. Love never dies. She also sent a second one. There is my mother again. Okay. And there is my father, the first time he held my daughter. I also sent a second one for your daughter. Take care, and we look forward to watching this movie unfold together. Where we go one, we go all. With love, Shannon and Richard Rozbowski, I believe. I'm sorry. I hope I'm not mispronouncing that. What a beautiful, delightful sentiment. And I've got well over 50, more than 50 cards from you all of sympathy for the loss of the man who gave me life. And I am so grateful. These beautiful little packages. I cannot wait until I see my daughter tomorrow. And look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Custom handmade rosaries and jewelry. Thank you so much for that. What a beautiful gift. And I was just, unscripted, just called to read that because I remember the Where We Go One, We Go All. I'm speaking about this audience and how beautiful you are and how powerful you are and how moved I am by your actions and the things that you're doing and how you're getting involved in your city council, your student, your parent school boards, you're running for elections, making phone calls to make a difference, sharing information with others, trying to help people by warning them against the dangers. It's incredible, and it's incredibly inspiring to be your head Sned and to walk you through this minefield, because make no mistake, it is a minefield. I'm gonna continue because we have some incredible stuff to still cover tonight. You wouldn't believe it. We're 4.5 hours in. I'm out of water, and I'm going to need a break soon. But let me thank you, Robin. I love you too. Yeah, my friends. This is good stuff. This is good stuff. What we're covering here. Thank you for that. Alrighty. We are good. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, guys. That's cool. Yeah. So, powerful. We were pointed to Chicago tonight, my friends, by several incidents in tonight's show. The first one was Michael Lever. Michael Lever is the one who brought about COFIF. He reintroduced that into Congress today. That has to do with the exposure of internet, social media of the president, trying to go after President Trump when he first introduced it 13 days after Trump tweeted COFIF in 2017. That took us to Chicago because he is a Democrat from Chicago, 5th District. Excuse me. We were led by the Truth Social COFIF back into the Q drops, which we were exposed to Hussein, Barack Hussein Obama, and Wendy, tied to Allison Mack, Adam Schiff, and the young lady who died in a plane crash from West Hollywood. And also the family that was murdered that we believe to be Wendy all grown up. And that took us to Chicago because of Barack Obama. And also we were taken to Chicago tonight by a really very sobering happening. The Archdiocese, the Vatican, the satanic Illuminati serpent Vatican, not to be confused with some beautiful, beautiful Catholic priests, nuns, lectors, parents, families that are in the Catholic Church that are truly beautiful, beautiful people, Catholic institutions, like I've gone to in high school and also in college, with Springfield Griffin, Sacred Heart Griffin, and also Providence College in college. Beautiful people, beautiful people that I met at St. Monica's just over Easter. But these are the bad people in that group. And the Archdiocese of Chicago reaches an $800,000 settlement in sexual abuse claims. You don't pay that out if they're not true. I'm not even going to get into this story because we've heard too many of them. It's just tragic. And it comes way too late and way too little and way too late. And if you want to learn more, you can, but I've already been down that rabbit hole. I know it exists. I know what lurks beneath it. And don't forget, the farther you go down a rabbit hole, the darker it gets and the longer it takes to get back out. New York State bans poultry auctions to curtail spread of avian flu. We just heard of the fake E. coli, and now we're hearing of a fake avian flu. They're getting a handle on the food, my friends, and it's driven by the same people who just launched this pandemic. 10,000 birds so far. Keep your eyes out. They're going to go after more. 120,000 pounds of beef yesterday that we reported on, right? IMF chief tests positive for COVID-19, International Monetary Fund. We just saw the the Swiss bank in Zurich, that it has done, lost $32 billion. Kristina Georgieva has tested positive for COVID-19. If you believe that in that initial post that was done, a couple years ago about how this is going to play out and how if they test positive for COVID, they've taken a deal. If you believe in that kind of thing, more power to you. And I think there's some credibility in that. It's definitely not receipts. It's definitely not proven, but the speculation and the coincidences are such that it speaks to me to be more credible than just simple speculation. Tennessee allows pharmacists to prescribe ivermectin for COVID patients. Okay. If they try to get me on misinformation or medical misinformation, here's the article. I'm just reading an article from the Epic Times. And the Tennessee bill by Governor Bill Lee signed into law a measure to allow people to more easily obtain ivermectin to treat this virus without needing a doctor's prescription. Why? Because as I started this show out, the allopathic Western medicine doctors have been corrupted and indoctrinated deeper than any of us. They've been in school longer. They've been indoctrinated longer. And they are the ones who were the foot soldiers in this war against humanity, in this genocide against humanity. Dr. Fauci, okay, was saying the pandemic is over and we got to get on with it. Now he's walking back those comments and said it's not over in the U.S. He told Judy Woodruff of PBS, which is, the creme de la creme of propaganda. And we're looking at, after Jen Psaki came out and said what she said, he then walked this back, right? We are certainly right now in this country out of the pandemic phase, Fauci said, namely, we don't have 900,000 new infections a day and tens and tens and tens of thousands of hospitalizations and thousands of deaths. We are at a low level right now. If you're saying we're out of the pandemic phase, we are. What we hope to do, I don't believe, and I have spoken about this widely, we're not going to eradicate the virus. That's what I said from the get-go. It's not going to go away. It's never going to go away. It's always going to be here. It's just about how we deal with it. And I said that from day one. We just need to strengthen our immune system, and then we don't have to worry about the virus that's there. If we can keep that level very low and intermittently vaccinate people, and I don't know how often that would have to be. So he's talking about how often they would have to vaccinate. The White House on Wednesday contradicted Fauci and said the pandemic is not over, COVID isn't over, and the pandemic isn't over, Psaki told reporters. Fauci then walked back his COVID comments after the White House set him straight. Later Wednesday, Fauci clarified his COVID comments and said the pandemic is not over. I want to clarify one thing, Fauci told NPR on Wednesday. I probably should have said the acute component of the pandemic phase, and I understand how that can lead to some misinterpretation. There's no misinterpretation. You're a fucking liar. And the White House are fucking liars. And they're liars because they have to blame what's happening on something, and they need something to blame it on. Georgia state election boards finally issue first subpoenas to True the Vote on ballot trafficking investigation, including information on alleged whistleblower. This is huge. They're going to issue their first subpoenas, or they have, to True the Vote on ballot trafficking investigation. The mainstream media and Georgia officials have mostly ignored the findings by True the Vote until now. Governor Brian Kemp refused to investigate the 2020 election steal in his state and instead leaked confidential information to the media on the investigators. The State Board of Elections, who issued the subpoenas to True the Vote, wants information from the group, including participants in the criminal trafficking and the identity of an alleged whistleblower. Okay. Georgia investigators have signaled their focus in a wide-ranging investigation into alleged illegal ballot trafficking during the 2020 election, with subpoenas that target the possible source of funding for such an operation and any eyewitness participants. 4 subpoenas Monday by Just the News through an open records request showed the State Elections Board Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger want the identity of any suspected participants in ballot harvesting, including a whistleblower identified only as John Doe, who an election watchdog claims admitted to gathering ballots for cash. The document demands were delivered late last week to the election integrity watchdog True the Vote, its founder Catherine Engelbrecht, and its researchers from a company called OPSEC Group LLC. They sought evidence that backs up the group's complaint last November, alleging that as many as 242 people illegally gathered third-party ballots during the battleground state's November 2020 election and subsequent U.S. Senate races. So this is coming out quicker than the 2016 Russian collusion. That took forever. It's still taking forever. And that should tell you how long it's going to take to get true justice. We've got to be patient. And then new Georgia law allows the Georgia Board of what is it? Bureau of Investigation, the authority to investigate election fraud and election crimes. He signed this bill, Kemp 441, into law Wednesday. 441, 144. We were just at 144 tonight in the Q drops. Let me go there again. This was over the Target Expand. This is unbelievable. I can't wait to watch this show again. And this was Patriots Don't Sleep, 40,000 foot necessary. Okay. SIS, Admiral Rogers, Clowns in America, 80% covert, 20% public. That's why we're not seeing a lot of the things that are actually happening. Clinton info leaks, operator Saudi Arabia, CNN. That's Atlanta. That's Georgia. This is the missing eye. What does it hurt? U.S. risk this week is what those in kill brackets. Disney is a distraction. Look at all this. This is and we were led there again here by this this story out of Georgia. 441. Think mirror. But I do want to go to 441 because we're also at 1411 and 1441 tonight. Let me get to 441, which I don't believe we have been at tonight. $441. What rocket fired today? We were at 441 because we went mirror. This is the missing eye. Message sent. Iridium. This is Musk. What has everyone been saying this week? Should we trust Musk? Let me ask you something, folks. Based on what we saw tonight, should we should we trust Musk? Who knows? Who has an idea as to if we should trust Musk? I'm going to put the chat up here. Should we trust Musk? Rick, once you go to 117, 117, why isn't that working? 117, and also 1403. 1403. Sun Up wants me at 1403, and I think, hold on, let me see. No. Yeah. Yeah. And by the way, yeah, people can be so convincing. Now, am I going to say, Sigi, 4 + 1 + 1 = 6, search number 6, drop 1403. And you were said number 6 too. So here's the thing. We don't have to trust him, and he can still do some good. But we've got to be careful because much of the good that come from those that we do not trust is going to have an agenda that eventually is not good for us. Why do you think Trump didn't return to Twitter? Do you think he's just promoting his own social network? Sure, that's part of it. But he knows Q. He knows the Q drops, right? And they might be might be. Daryl says the prophet said God is using Elon Musk to expose them all. I don't know the prophet or if it came to you in a prayer or something, but what is the point here is that Elon may not be trusted, but he also might be reading from a white hat script. Why? Because he's been caught. Because Q knows who he is and what he's done and what he's connected to. So Elon might be just reading from a white hat script and being taken in direction, because you understand that the reason why so many of these men are compromised is because they've two things. They've been compromised and been put in compromising situations that can be used to blackmail them and get them to do what they do, or they're doing it out of fear of what might happen to them and their family. But they've also been abused since childhood. Think about it. These children of Illuminati parents have been sexually, physically, and or emotionally abused, so that they'll accept their role easier. Yeah, anything is better than what we had, Dave. Yeah, I agree. What we had was the devil, and Elon is not the devil. And he is, I believe, going to be used to expose what's really happening. Yeah, he's probably being used. Yeah. So let me go to well, let me do this. Let me find out why you sent me here. Let me go to 6, which was the 4 + 1 + 1. Okay. October 29th, 2017. This was the second day of the drops. This is when I discovered them. Some of us come here to drop crumbs, just crumbs. POTUS is 100% insulated. Any discussion suggesting he's even a target is false. Follow Huma tomorrow. POTUS will not be addressing nation and any of these issues as people begin to be indicted must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. Many of you have sent me the speculation as to Trump possibly becoming Speaker of the House. No, that's not going to happen. I don't believe. Okay. Do I have inside knowledge of that? No. Do I think he's going to become Speaker of the House? No. Why? Because of this drop. Because the closer he is to the action, the less people will trust it. And the people that don't trust Trump, we have to get to trust that these people are truly bad people that need to be put away. That's more important than getting Trump back in. Trump was being used by Q, which is the military intelligence operation that has been in the process for quite some time. Trump is a willing participant and an amazing man to have undertaken this. But that's my belief over this whole situation. POTUS will not be addressing the nations on any of these issues. He would if he was Speaker of the House. To suggest and must remain neutral for pure optical reasons. To suggest this is the plan is false and should be common sense. Q's kind of kicking your ass right now for thinking that. Focus on military intelligence, state secrets, and why might that be used versus any three-letter agency? Because the three-letter agencies are corrupted. What Supreme Court decision opened the door for sitting president? We've covered this. Again, there are a lot more good people than bad, so have faith. This was a hostile takeover from evil, corrupt network of players, not just Democrats. Don't fool yourself into thinking Obama, Soros, Ross, Clintons, etc. have more power present day than POTUS, meaning Trump. Follow the money. It's the key. Pelosi's net worth, John McCain, Soros, several meetings with Canadian Prime Minister and related to Clinton's. That takes us to Haiti. That takes us to Honey and Barry Sherman, which takes us full circle to hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin. Why is MS-13 a priority? They use them. to kill opponents. Seth Rich, the truth is mind-blowing and cannot be fully exposed. These people are evil. Operation Mockingbird is the thing that has kept the evil people perceived as not being evil. 1403, how did we get here, my friends? What had to happen first? Think logically, DOJ, FBI. Think cleaning, 64 puzzle coming together. We have reached our cruising altitude of 40,000 feet long ago. As we prepare to land, please fasten your seatbelt and make sure your seat back and folding trays are in their full upright position. Number 64. And James Baker, Lisa Page, all the people that are fired or have been let go. My friends, Sun Up, why did you take me to 1403, please? Okay. This is 117. I don't know why we're there either, so please let me know that. Why we're at 117. Alaweed and others, the rest, why so important? We just saw that picture of the Las Vegas Strip. We heard about Saudi Arabia. Does 117 look familiar? Yeah, we've been to 117 multiple times. Absolutely. Huma, Barack Obama, the end, the post-American world by Fareed Zakaria. The relevance of this is to Islamify the world. What church did Barack Obama attend? Mentor, Alaweed, HRC, Connection, Twitter. This is all about Twitter too. Dave, another Dem isn't running. It's up to 32. Awesome. Okay. Let me see. Yeah, Ashley, that's awesome. Thank you. That was from CG. CG, why are we on these? 9/11, the D-class of 9/11. C-Ray important releases. Reconcile. Halliburton. Saudi Arabia. Alaweed. Las Vegas. That's significant. I'm going to Vegas. We were talking about Vegas. We saw the picture of Vegas on one of the drops. This isn't normally a dive I would do, my friends, unless you're telling me something that I missed. I don't just do dives willy-nilly. So if you're going to tell me where to go, I trust and I'll check it out. But I need you to tell me why. I can find some connections here, but I need to know why we were sent here. Okay. All right. So let me get back to the show notes, but I'll look for those answers from CG and Sun Up, I believe, was mirroring CG and Rick, please. David Laura explains the playbook of ballot traffickers in Arizona after discovering ballot mules in San Luis, Arizona. And that's going to be in 2,000 mules. They thought we'd never find out. They were wrong. These 2,000 mules, is my guess, is the ballot harvesters. I talked about it a lot tonight. That's why. What did I talk about tonight, Rick? Was it a number or was it the topic or the news unlocking the map or what? Oh, Huma, Vegas, Alaweed. Yeah. There's a lot on them, and that's good to have that further confirmation. Thank you. Appreciate that. I wouldn't go there because we don't really need further confirmation because we know that story. But, always nice to see additional confirmation of those folks. Yeah, Mark Vernovich, this is going to fall back on him. Yeah, and Saudi Arabia too. There's a lot of Saudi Arabia stuff. CG 4 + 1 + 1 6. Was the 40,000 foot coming in for landing as we get closer to drops and landing lower numbers had points we made. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yep. I like that. Thank you. Good stuff. For those who aren't seeing that, I'm sorry. It's kind of like somebody asked me a question, and I don't repeat the question, even though many of you didn't hear it, because CG is in D Live, so many of you are not seeing the D Live chat. Okay. All right. Good stuff. The censorship continues. LinkedIn is involved in the censorship. Takes down elections investigator Greg Phillips' account just 1 week before he exposes 2020 election fraud in 2,000 Mules. So look for the people that are going to keep this from you seeing it. So we've got to be careful in how we share this. Okay. Try to stay away from the words. But try to let people know that this is a must-see and where to find it, okay? You're not going to find it on YouTube. You're not going to find it on Facebook. They're going to censor the shit out of it if they're already censoring on LinkedIn. So the key is direct people to where they can see it. Maybe it's on Odyssey. Maybe it's on Rumble, etc. So it's going to be on True Social, I'm sure. So help people find it. Biden administration creates disinformation governance board under DHS to fight misinformation. Here we go. Government, who has been wrong about everything for 5 years, starts Ministry of Truth to combat misinformation. This dystopian disinformation governance board. It's going to be under the Department of Homeland Security. Which is now being weaponized against free speech. DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas announced the creation of a disinformation governance board, raising serious free speech concerns. This is unprecedented and dangerous to our republic. This is a white hat script, my friends. Please don't get too frustrated by this. This is a white hat script. House Judiciary didn't know that his new disinformation czar pushed the Steele dossier and throttled the Hunter Biden laptop story. You can't make it up. Oh my gosh, we got to watch this. Check this out. We're still at 1,045 right now. We lost a lot on the East Coast, I think, my friends. But they're going to get up in the morning and watch it. I guarantee it. Check this out.
Mr. Secretary, who's Nina Jankowicz?
She is the newly appointed individual in our Office of Policy in the Department of Homeland Security. And
is she the new executive director of the disinformation? Is she the new executive director for Disinformation Governance Board?
She is the executive director of the Disinformation Governance Board.
And is this the same individual who said the dossier was real and the Hunter Biden laptop story was false? Is that the individual who's now running the Disinformation Governance Board?
I'm not familiar with those statements.
Been reported widely.
I'm not familiar with those statements.
I'm just asking, Mr. Secretary, who's Nina Jankowicz?
Nina Jankowicz. Yeah. Nice job, Jordan. Good stuff. Grace, East Coast still here, Dave. Awesome. I'm still here, Pennsylvania. Called out. Awesome. I'm still here, sun up. Good stuff. Oh, man. Danny, thank you, brother. I love you people. Good stuff. Wow. Good stuff. That's just, again, it's got to be a white hat script. Think I'm getting tired. The Columbia Bugle. This is her, Nina Jankowicz. How you doing, Nina? There you go. How you doing? This is the same amount of time, so it might be. Here we go.
Laundering is really quite ferocious. It's when a huckster takes some lies and makes them sound precocious by saying them in Congress or a mainstream outlet. So disinformation's all origins are slightly less atrocious. It's how you hide a little lie. It's how you hide a little lie. It's how you hide a little lie. When Rudy Giuliani shared bad intel from Ukraine, or when TikTok influencers say COVID can cause pain, they're laundering disinfo, and we really should take note and not support their lies with our wallet, voice, or vote. Oh!
So this is the point of the show. We're going to say we're kidding, we're making all of this up. It's not really happening in the country you were born in, but it is happening. That's now a law enforcement official. It's also the person you just saw, an individual who brags about getting a master's degree from Georgetown University. In case you're wondering if the entire academic credentialing machine that sustains America's ruling class is in fact a joke. Spoiler alert, yes, it is a joke.
Information laundering is really quite ferocious.
Wow.
It's when a huckster takes some lies.
That's the new head of the disinformation Ministry of Truth, Nina Jankowicz. Wow. Biden is going to skip the eating portion of the White House Correspondents' Dinner to limit coronavirus risk. Wow. In a safe way to showcase his support for the free press. What does it feel like when your leader is a coward? He is a coward. Wow. He won't cancel $50,000 per borrower, though, dinner. Or he's considering canceling some outstanding federal student loan debt, but ruled out a proposal by some congressional Democrats to cancel $50,000 in debt for each borrower. I am not considering debt reduction, but I'm in the process of taking a hard look at whether there will be debt forgiveness, and I'll have that answer in the next couple weeks. Biden's comment comes a day after Schumer reportedly said the president getting closer to a $50,000 blanket forgiveness for all borrowers. Wow. Interesting. Folks, go out and borrow $50,000. You don't have to spend it until they, go out and get it, put it in silver and gold with 7K or anywhere else, and then if you get forgiven, then you got 50 grand. This is unbelievable. Wow.
Suggest they have a responsibility slightly above your pay grade. Slightly above your pay grade. To decide whether or not to take the nation to war alone, or to take the nation to war partway, or to take the nation to war halfway. That's a real tough decision. That's why they get paid the big bucks. That's why they get the limos and you don't. I mean this sincerely. I'm not trying to be flip.
Wow.
Because I think, and that's why I said at the outset, the reason why I'm glad you did what you did, we should come to our milk. We should make a decision. But in terms of whether the Secretary of State has no more to consider than you do as the arms inspector, you didn't get in, didn't get my job done, get me in. Period. You made the deal, right? That's the deal. A deal's a deal. Get me in. Scott Ritter, I'm ready to go. It's not how it works. Now, maybe it should work that way. But wouldn't you acknowledge that if you were President of the United States or the Secretary of State, you'd sit there and say, now, okay, old Scotty boy didn't get in. We said he should get in. We want him to get in. It's important that he does get in. They're not going to let him in. So what are we going to do now? We know that France and Russia aren't going to be with us. We're quite confident China's not. We've already run those traps. They're not there. We're not sure where the United States Senate is, but have at it, boys. Go get them. And by the way, Scott and the boys say air power's not enough. I think it's a legitimate debate, Major. I think it's a legitimate debate. But I don't think we should be putting it in the context of you have somebody up there at state saying, look, how can we weasel out of this agreement? We want to let this guy out there hanging. We're not this. It's a very practical political decision. Same kind of decision General Powell made. Same kind of decision President Bush made. Every president, every Secretary of State has to do it. Like I said, they get paid more than you. Their job's a hell of a lot more complicated than yours. They may have made the wrong decision, and you brought it to light. We should address it. We should say straight up where we are, and we should do it. And for that, I thank you. But it's above your pay grade.
What a jackass.
That will enhance our underlying effort to accommodate the Russian oligarchs and make
same guy as what I showed you earlier tonight.
Sure we take their ill-begotten gains. We're going to accommodate them. We're going to seize their yachts, their luxury homes, and other ill-begotten gains of Putin's kleptocracy. Kleptocracy and the guys who are the kleptocracies. But these are bad guys.
Yeah, same guy. You think? You don't think this is a white hat situation? Here we got Joe Biden agreed to pay Hunter's legal bills connected to Chinese business venture, leaked emails show. He agreed in 2019 to pay for his son's legal fees related to dealings with a Chinese firm that has ties to the Chinese Communist Party, according to newly reported emails dated January 17th, 2019, with the subject line, Hunter's bills and greeting hello VP team. Shows Hunter's then assistant Katie Dodge telling bookkeeper Linda Shapiro that Joe Biden had agreed to pay his bills incurred in 2018, 2019, restructuring of one of Hunter's business ventures. The emails were obtained by the Daily Mail and reportedly from Hunter Biden's laptop. Yeah. It says in the emails, I spoke with Hunter today regarding his bills. It's my understanding that Hunt's dad will cover these bills in the short term as Hunter transitions in his career. Dodge's email attached a spreadsheet detailing the bills Hunter Biden owed from 2018 to 2019. One of the last items on the spreadsheet was more than $28,000 in legal fees owed to him, law firm Fager Baker Daniels for BHR restructuring. That's Bohai Harvest. Yeah. It's coming out. Equity Investment Fund Management. It was backed by major Chinese state financial institutions such as Bank of China and the China Development Bank Capital. They got $1.5 billion, I believe, from them. Hunter held a 10% stake in BHR, but divested. Rosemont Seneca became, which is another one of his companies, became shareholders of BHR. He got a board seat on BHR unpaid. Yeah. This is coming out, my friends. This is all coming out nice and slowly. There's some stuff we don't need to get into on the Hill. Just bullshit. Hawaii Democrats gonna expected to retire from the House, and he was working as a Hawaiian Airlines pilot. He accused of moonlighting as a pilot while voting by proxy in Washington, D.C., will reportedly retire from Congress at the end of his term. When is the end of his term? Let's see, 194 days until Election Day 2022. Retirement 32 of the cycle. Update your graphics, my friends. Okay. Indiana AG files suit against Black Lives Matter Foundation over donations and tax filing because they're corrupt, and they're finding that the distributed 21.7 million. Let me get it. The 2020 report indicated the BLM-related foundation received over 90 million in donations that year and distributed about 21.7 million of them to 30 affiliated chapters and organizations, including one in South Bend, Indiana. However, an IRS filing of the organization's from the first half that year reportedly indicate that BLM had zero in revenue, assets, and expenses. According to state law, failure to comply with civil investigation could result in sanctions and include barring the organization from future fundraising. It's completely corrupted. We know that the head of of the BLM bought a home here in Topanga, California. St. Kitts and Nevis plan to sever ties with British monarchy and become a republic. Fantastic. Deputy Prime Minister Sean Richards told a press conference. They've become the latest Caribbean nation to indicate it wants to part ways with the British monarchy and become a republic, just as Prince Edward and his wife Sophie end a tour of the region in celebration of the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. This was a long time coming, my friends. Why these countries are still paying homage to this corrupt crown is beyond me. Piers Morgan viewership crashes 70% after Trump aide crushes his mishandling of deceptively edited interview promo. People are done with this bullshit. Do you understand that? Done. He tried to make Trump look bad, like he walked out, and people are saying, no more. Sexual predator gets 35 years for installing wired hidden camera and air vent in child's bedroom. Unbelievable. 4 victims rescued from suspected human trafficker in San Bernardino, California. They're catching them, folks, and we only see 20%. Breaking in the case of U.S. versus Rainier, 3 forensic experts, including former FBI special agent of 20 years, have filed affidavits affirming that the FBI tampered and planted the child porn evidence presented at trial in motion to stay appeal. Unbelievable. They removed Elmer Fudd's gun. What's next? Woody's pecker? That's good. Breaking the MyPillow guy and Elon Musk teaming up to help libs cry themselves to sleep. Patriots back in Twitter. Libtards leaving Twitter. Newsflash, treason still punishable by death. And treason, as we saw in one of the drops, is 1/10. Good job, kid. Now reinstate the GOAT. I don't believe in, this is him tweeting or texting him, but he's not going to go back, I don't believe. I don't believe inflation is 8.5% and Biden's approval rating is 33%. I do believe inflation is 33% and Biden's approval rating is 8.5. I walked in on Hunter and his friend vaccinating themselves. This is the unity we need. Yeah, that's good. Got more bad news, boss. It's Michelle. Well, it turns out she was sending dick pics to Hunter on that laptop. Oh, man. Oh, we got that one again. I'm your Huckleberry. The movement we started is only just the beginning. I love that. Wow. That's it, my friends. That is the show. What a night. Whew. The Aspen Beat reporter, Dems stand to lose 46 House seats in 2022. Wow. Yeah. 991 still in the Sned shed 5 hours and 20 minutes later. This is one of the longest shows we've done probably in several months, my friends. We've had to scale back a little bit because it just gets to be too much. It's like, for example, I'll be destroyed tomorrow. I'll have to struggle to get some work done. But fortunately, I've got the 4-day weekend, and then Monday hits. But then we're going to have a Sned Fest in Las Vegas. My friends, if you're anywhere near Las Vegas, we have a 7K event in Las Vegas. You don't have to be a part of 7K, and you don't have to come to the 7K event. But what we are doing is having an event we're not sure exactly where, but we're going to do it Monday night. Oh my God, what a beautiful thing to say. Droom, boom, titty, boom. God loves you, Dave. You will live in the hearts and minds forever. Wow, that's amazing. Jen, you're the best. Thank you. Wow. Check that like button, kids. Thank you, Grace. Yeah. Did anyone else see any of the articles about the gas refineries being shut down over the United States? Cindy, I did not see that. Good vibes. Silver Girl, what's happening? Awesome show. Thank you, Dave. Viola, let me just go here and you guys can see all your beautiful messages here as they scroll on by. You're unbelievable. Look at this. Linda Capello, almost 3 here in Connecticut, Dave. Going to sleep, my Sned family. Good to see you, Linda. And tell your, wow. Tell your fabulous Elise I said hello and give her a big hug. Wow, Dave, you've been on fire all week. Thank you. Great shows. Thank you, Jody. Great show, Dave. Thank you. Kelly, thank you. Awesome show. Thank you, Dave. Viola. Good stuff, my friends. Wow. My grandfather lives in Vegas. Jen, here's how you do that. I'm going to do this. Nancy will not mind. I'm going to drop Nancy's phone number in the chat. I just ask that you respect that number and don't call her in odd hours. She's allowed me to drop it in the chat before. Just give Nancy a call over this weekend or send her a text and tell her you want to come to the event Monday night, the Snedfest in Las Vegas, Monday night. It's going to be a casual event. It's going to be like, we might order, get some food. Probably won't cost you more than, $25 for dinner, if that. So yeah, please come join us. And again, you don't have to be a part of 7K. This is a Sned Fest. It's not a 7K fest. It is a 7K event, but you don't have to be a part of 7K. If you've chosen not to do that, that's fine. So please, I'm going to drop Nancy, call Nancy for the Sned Fest in Las Vegas. She's on Pacific Standard Time, so keep that in mind, please. And the number is 949 322 5306, and you have to let us know ahead of time because there's going to be some planning involved, and I'm just making sure I got the numbers right. There's going to be some planning involved, and so we're going to have to make sure that we get enough, whatever we're doing, enough space. We got to find out where we're going to go, and I'm going to drop it on Facebook because that doesn't go on into the chat on Facebook. This is unbelievable. What a show tonight, my friends. Let's see, Sean, good to see you, brother. Ada's sharing us out here, and here it is. So I'm going to put it in the chat here, in Facebook as well. Okay, it's in Facebook, YouTube, and D Live. Twitter, I think I can put it in. I don't want to put it in Twitter because that would be. Twitter's still just a bastion of left nut jobs. Sun Up, Dave, you're the only one I would stay up for. Love you. Thank you, Sun Up. Love you too. We're in the middle of a great money heist. Yes. Hi, Linda. Becky, hello. What 2 great shows we had the past 2 nights. Rick, weren't they awesome, man? Thank you, brother. Thanks for your contribution too. Wow, what a great show, Dave. Teresa, thank you. Remote viewer sent you a photo of my new cat. She looks a lot like Mr. Whistle Whiskers. I will check that out. Thank you, Scott. Dave, Sneds, love you to the moon and back. Thank you, Miss Mindersu. Thank you, Dave. Prayers for you to sleep well tonight. Thank you, Lisa. Please, keep me in your prayers so I can get another good night's sleep, please. That was awesome, and I hope to get that tonight. I'm certainly going to be tired. I'll tell you that much. These have been super shows, Dave. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that. 2 a.m. here in Southeast Wisconsin. Got toothpicks. I picture those toothpicks in the eyes. You know how they're bowing to keep the eyelids up? Mine are. Look how red my eyes are. And all the beautiful souls on D Live. Yeah, Sun Up. Great people there. Great show, Dave. Thank you from Oz. Oh, love you down there, Ina. Thank you. Wow. Becky, thank you for all you do for us. You give us peace of heart. Wow. Nice. Let's see. Nancy, give me another call. Get started now. Oh, remote viewer. That would be amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Granddaughter. Sorry, she's 25. Jen, yes, please have her call Nancy and come join us. It would be amazing. She'll be around some beautiful people. Dakota Wolf, thank you, Dave. Great show. Missed you. Glad I caught the live tonight. This has me uplifted tonight. Wasn't it very uplifting? No going in the casinos, Dave. I don't have the money to gamble. So I do love to play, but I just don't. I'm gonna be avoiding those like the lefties. Dave, finding you saved my life. Thank you with all my heart. Robin, that was beautiful. Thank you. Good night, everyone. Thanks, Dave. I listen tonight, 2:50 a.m. here in Pennsylvania. Peace Train. Wow. Dina, I wish you would come out to Arizona for a Snedfest. I tell you what, why don't you put one together? We'll do something. In Arizona. I do need to get out there, but I will tell you, I'll probably have to do it. It wouldn't happen until maybe late summer. Roberta, road trip. Yes, come up to Vegas, guys. You can get some cheap rooms there. I think the Excalibur has some really inexpensive rooms. If you're in 7K, check your Advantage. 7K Advantage. They've got some great deals. Yeah, almost 2 a.m. here in Tennessee. Shelley, glad you're up. Yeah, Jen, please, and have her reach out to Nancy. Thank you all. Great show always. Hope you get a good sleep. Thank you, Deanna. Good stuff, people. You know what? I just wanted to I can echo the comments. Great show. Very informative and back content. And folks, as you know, and the ones that are left here already know this, we bring our receipts. Loving the show in Minnesota, Lisa, awesome. And far away, Dave, Florida. Yep. Well, I wanted to get one. Well, I had that brief one in Orlando, but it was a last minute thing. We should be out there warning people. Yeah, absolutely. Enjoy your weekend. I'll be working. Thanks for the warm welcome, everyone. Can't wait till next week. God's love and peace to all of you. Hi, Carol. Welcome. Yeah. Get some rest, sweet dreams. Thank you. Good night, Sneds. I pray for a better tomorrow. Today was so bad. Karen, it'll get better. Dave's addiction class. And that's hilarious. Hey, Rick. Yeah, I'm addicted to these broadcasts. LOL, Cindy. Yeah, it is an addiction, isn't it? And the truth, the love, the light. We should have more addictions like that, shouldn't we? Thanks for your time tonight, Dave. We love you. Thanks you, Diane. Q has mentioned about flat Earth. What's your take on it? Hey, Charlie. Yeah. You go back to the beginning of the show. I think you know my take on the flat Earth. At the beginning of the show, in my monologue, I discuss it, and I think you'll appreciate that. But regarding Q and what Q has said about it, Q has said it's not flat, but Q has also said disinformation is imperative or valuable. And what's important to understand is, you know, how people are you know, discredited by the things they believe in, right? And so people that need credibility don't want to give away too much information that would discredit them. Amazing show, Dave and Getawinski. Yes, Getawinski. And so they have to stay away from such topics because it doesn't serve Q to say that, right? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Linda. Yes, when I come to Rhode Island, I've got to see you and Elise. Absolutely. I'm going to be in Boston and Rhode Island on the 28th, 29th, and 30th of July. And we'll have to do a Snedfest up there. I'll do an extra day there or something, but we're doing the reunion for our 1987 Final Four team, and there'll be a golf tournament, whole thing. So I'll be up there for that, and would love to see you all. Got to see you all, absolutely. Dave, can't find you on Facebook. Clayton, I'm not Dave Snedeker on Facebook. I'm Paul Michaels on Facebook. As a matter of fact, I'll show you right here. Paul Michaels, right there. I had to. We lost so many accounts. I had to come in with a pseudonym, and so that's why you can't find David Snedeker. Vicky Sorrells, good night from Sugar Hill, Georgia. Good night, Vicky. Here in Texas at work, sneaking in some Dave. Dwayne, way to go. Good stuff. Beautiful people. You know, I'm gonna do this, and I'm gonna be able to see these when I'm on it, Dave. Arizona Snedfest. Awesome. May you sleep with the angels and have peace and rest tonight. Yes, thank you. Dawn, I needed this. Got pulled over tonight due to being on cell with my 91-year-old dad. Love you. Thank you. I hope you didn't get a ticket. Hugs and prayers. Thank you. Moab show. Ashley, love it. Awesome. By the way, Linda, tell Elise she's got to see last night and tonight's show, right? Yeah. Mark, when are you coming down under, Dave? You know what, Mark, I got to meet you, brother, and I gotta meet all the Aussie Sned heads. We gotta do something. But you know what we got to do first, Mark? I gotta get in front of more Aussies. When I was on Facebook under David Snedeker and under the Indoctrination and I had two David Snedekers, that opened me. I was sharing out to Aussies for freedom and things like that. Mark, I got to get into more of those groups on Facebook as Paul Michaels, so that we can build more of a following down there, because I feel like that's dropped off a little bit. We still got a lot of incredible Aussies, but then I probably just need a host down there, brother, like somebody that can, kind of group it together, like what Dina's doing in Arizona, maybe, and figure out a place to stay, maybe places that I could travel to, because I've always wanted to get to Australia. But we also got to get your freedoms back. I don't even know if I could get in there right now. Dave in the UK, Leslie, we want to get to the UK. Absolutely. So yeah. And I love it. We've always had great get-togethers, like mini Snedfest. We're talking about, certainly doing a major Snedfest. But we got to do mini ones, just based on where I travel to and that kind of thing. But certainly we want to do one in each country. Sylvia, you're unbeatable, Dave. Greatest show. You're so precious at this turning point for humanity. Wow, beautiful. Thank you. Roberta, I say level Earth. It seems to not make people's head pop off. That's not a bad idea. That's funny. Yeah. The waters above, as so, above, so below. Dave's World Tour, Leslie. We got to make it happen, huh? Yeah, I just figured that out. I was so happy, Jen. I didn't see that. Have you seen Guardians of the Looking Glass on YouTube related to Q? Would love your thoughts. I have not. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's hard for me to see a lot of stuff like that. Really, what happened was I overdosed on a lot of stuff. Watching, YouTube videos over the past 16 years. Like seems like I've seen everything. But there's a lot of new stuff out that I haven't seen, not so much, mainly because of the time, but also because of the, oh, by the way, yeah, we got to be careful. Keep an eye on CERN, my friends. But I'll check it out. Mountain Lace, I'll check that out. Thank you for that recommendation. Oh, what I was going to say is I don't pay attention or follow these newbies that are, have only been out the past couple of years, just because a lot of them are, yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Yeah, I got to go. I guess I'm just scrolling this so I can see all your beautiful comments when I rewatch the show. That's kind of why I'm doing this. It fuels me to see your stuff and your beautiful letters and sympathy cards. Thank you all. Loose Change version 2 from 2017 updated, Rick. Folks, if you haven't seen Loose Change, please go check that out. Oh, yeah, 6-hour show. I'm past it, aren't I? Wait a minute. No. I'm 5.5 hours right now. I'm not going 6 hours. All right, my friends, I'm going to cut you loose. And, oh, yeah, Christy, please announce the show schedule for next week. I don't know the freaking show schedule for next week. And what are you still doing up? Hey, Christy, great show tonight and great couple great bombs calling in. Great. Wow. Powerful. We'll talk more about it tomorrow. Okay, so the schedule. So the Snedfest is Monday. So I may do something from there, like do a live, so everyone can see you, and we won't only be. Yeah. So Nancy, remind me, and Christy, remind me. Let me do something Monday from the Snedfest. I've been invited to dinner with Miles Standish Tuesday night. He's the one who creates all the beautiful artwork for many of the coins, the Washington coins, the George Washington coins, the Pearl Harbor coins. So many of the coins. He's an amazing guy. I interviewed him on our Zoom call one night. I'm going to have him on the show. He's a great patriot as well. He did the White House coin, and on the White House he put WWG1, WG all. Pretty cool. Connie, good to see you. We love you, Dave. You bring us calmness. Awesome. So glad. Yeah. Okay. Before this ends, what is CERN? CERN is the Hadron Collider, the 17 miles, by the way, ring underneath Switzerland and underneath France that speeds these things around, and then collides them. And what they're trying to do is create a portal to another dimension. That's their genuine interest. And they're very satanic. They have brought some good things to the world, like proton mail, which I use, but they have satanic dances. They have the Shiva, the god of destruction, in front of their building. They are, anytime you've got people trying to open up a portal to another dimension is, yeah. They're going to start it up again soon. Yes. All right, my friends. yeah, they could destroy us. That's the problem. So, all right. Wow. What do you say we end with a prayer with the 800 remaining in the Sned Shed? Thanks for hanging, folks. Dear Lord, thank you for this gift of this evening, this gift of this information, this gift of this communication, this community, this peace that washes over us as we realize how much is actually known and how many people are actually aware of that which is going on, including many of those in real power. We ask you to watch over all those who are in danger, in harm's way in this revolution, and we ask you to watch over and wash over them with the blood of Jesus Christ and your compassion, your love, your generosity of life and of beauty, just to wash over all those who may be in danger right now and strengthen them and fuel them to continue on in this war against this evil cabal, this satanic element on this planet that has enslaved humanity and kept us from reaching our true potential as just beautiful creations of this planet, and we of your kingdom. And we are so grateful, and we thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. And Lord, please watch over my big brother and strengthen him through this battle with this terrible cancer, and help that cancer to stop growth and reverse, and all the natural things, all the amazing things that he's doing as discipline to overtake this cancer and just eradicate it from his head and just disappear into the ether. And I ask for that, Lord, more than anything. In your name we pray. Amen. That's fantastic. The weather started getting rough. The Snedheads stand tough. If not for the fearless leader, the minnow would be lost. Johnny, thank you for that. And we'll end on that one, my friends. I love you. Good night and be well. And I will see you. So next week we'll do something Monday, probably not Tuesday. Definitely not Tuesday. And no 7K call on Tuesday either. And then Wednesday, there is a gala. So I may do something remotely from the gala. And then Thursday, I'm traveling, so nothing on Thursday. And then Friday, I'll be in Tennessee. Maybe I could do something, but probably not, because my father's memorial is Saturday in Tellico Village, Tennessee, outside of Knoxville. And so I'll be speaking at that. And that will be live streamed if you care to see that. And so I invite you all to meet my dad, learn more about him. But and many of you already have. So that's the schedule for next week. No show, so probably just Monday and maybe Wednesday, and that's it for next week. Yeah. All right, my friends. Love you. Good night. Be well. Stay strong. Make this world a better place by making yourself the better you, the best version of you that should come so naturally if we weren't constantly beaten down by the world around us, as was the intention all along. God bless you.